is that they're concerned about after the first quarter. But they got an upgrade price target 72 from 64 at Deutsche Bank, 75 from 70 at B of A, 50 from 42 at Bernstein. Yeah, they had a lot of upgrades coming in.
And I'm just disregard, sorry.
Ooh, they after somebody this morning.
That's a fire.
Yeah. Somebody in here got scared.
CDC being deployed.
It's just initiated with a buy at $24 price target. That one's got a low float. And EA got a nice price target upgrade this morning too. Raised to 120 from 96 at MKM Partners.
No, I sleep 4 to 5 hours a day. I've been doing that for 20 years. I get more done that way. Here, keep an eye on this name, guys. They had massive options activity yesterday. LCII, and it's got a beautiful setup on the daily.
What's up? Good morning. How's everybody doing? OG Bobby, good morning. CFab, what's up? See what we're going to do this morning. Looks like we're going to open a little bit higher. Nathan, Melon. I think those 332s, SPY calls. See how those start off. Thank you. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning. Any missed earnings? Good morning. No, I don't. MUNO D2119. I'm already famous, so here's your band. Band. WBC. Okay, no. Spy calls. We're going to do here 342.42. It looks like crowd CRWD maybe quick. A lot of stuff opening higher. Got 62.28. Yeah, this one could get interesting. RJ, good morning. BB, what happened to your, why is it BB dash 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 dash? Happened. All right, Spy. Oh. Oh, I'm kind of glad. It's like when you're a trader, you're kind of glad it's Friday, like ready for a break. But, you know, at the same time, it's like, yeah, but I don't necessarily want to take time off. Yay, Friday. Well, I can't work. Crowd so far looking pretty good. I am going to give it a couple minutes here, but it's looking good. Snap Mega Pop. Great. Monday was hard. Sitting around going, well, normally I would be working right now. All right. Crowd. This week's 63s are 35 cents. I have not looked at the 62s. I'm just looking at the 63s that I already had. But they are moving. And there is the alert that we had set up. I'm already in the 63s for this week, but let's go look at the chart. On the daily, let's see, we're at 62.68. Let's look at this 2 hour. And come up with. We are through all of the MAs here. Moving to the upside. Moment. We'll pull back there. Zoom this in a little bit more. You can see this pullback through the MAs has bounced off the 55 at the moment. See a little bit of resistance up here closer to 63, but 52-week high, 101.88, so that doesn't come into play. 63.70-ish. About 63.90 up here, the tops of those candles. But that was, on a 1 hour chart, that is the pullback you want to see, depending on whatever time frame you're looking at. All right, pulled right back to the 55 EMA and now getting, that bounce. Not bad. I like that snap mega pop alert. Ooh, snap, big pop, big pullback. CRWD, let's see if we can get some sort of, I'm already in it, but see if you can get some sort of pullback for an entry. Rather than, buying it at the open way up here. I would think we'll see some sort of pullback here. All right, there you go. Now coming back. Square making moves. Yeah, semis, chip makers, unwilling full. Thing to have on watch today. I'm just going to post this chart, the hourly here on Crowd. Sounds like Netflix is cranking again. All right, 62.97. CRWD. There's your pullback on Snap if you like it. Netflix is cranking 352.86 up 350. How is not INTC? What was the other one that was big up big yesterday after hours? Nah, the other one, not Intel. What was the other one that reported? That reported, in my case, opinion, I think it was decent. Was it Broadcom? No, they didn't report. Skyworks, I think that was it. No, it wasn't NVIDIA. No alerts yet. Okay. So I do like to filter in the morning, if you don't do this already, filter the flow by weeklies only and see what kind of weekly sweeps come in the morning. A lot of times these are, this is, they expire today. You can find some size that are out of the money. Like I see some there was some win 15K in the win 140s at 15 cents today. Find that kind of stuff sometimes. Find something interesting for you. Damn AbbVie 84.55. Wow. I mean, it's 71 cents, but it just keeps dropping right now. Apple, Intel, really ripping through. That's nice. Broadcom got a $12 billion deal with that. Yeah, I saw that. Team, that was it, Atlassian. That was the one I was thinking of that was up big after hours yesterday, and it has continued. Any price target upgrades or anything on Team? Record profits. Send shares up 9%. Doing 11% right now. Not going to chase that, but no alerts yet. 52. That's a block. Disregard. Sweeps only for the blocks. ABBA. DLF. Some Apple 317.50s for this week. Those are $4. More Apple coming in, 320s for $2. See where Apple's at. 321.50. And those 321s came in for $1.96. And I'm showing $2 by 204. Yeah. Apple cranking. And you are definitely chasing at that point. But yeah, it was 50K above the ask. For that, 68K. There's been 3 sweeps into these. Wow. Crazy. He missed earnings, dropped pre-market. I was on the way back up. That was like a $2 drop or something you said, right? Had 5 sweeps in the Apple 320s for today. Keep an eye on those. AMD $51 calls. They're paying $1.50 for those. And I'm just watching right now to see what else. There's a pullback on CRWD. What else might come through? That might be interesting. Yeah, I think they are usually pretty wide. I haven't looked at them this morning. But, see. Hell's just said the PMI numbers missed on the data release. Yeah, the spreads are pretty wide on that at the moment. Maybe give it a few minutes. I was just looking at AVGO, but yeah, they are. They're starting to sit at 328. About a 40-cent spread on the 325s. 25 cents on the 327.50s, 20 cents on the 330s. Not too bad. I mean, it's, you know, when I first looked over, the spread was like $1. So it seems like they're narrowing. Crowd. Yeah. Yeah, not quite as bad now, Poker Pro. All right, just had some Apple 322.50 puts and some Apple 320 puts at the ask and above the ask. No consistency there. I mean, we had those couple of 220s. 320s hit. And then, God, when I think of Apple, it was like Apple 220s. Still stuck in my head. Amazon 1895 calls. EA3 1750 puts. Or Amazon 1895 calls. Right, there's a little pullback on Apple. Some more Amazon 1895 calls coming in. Might try these Apple 220s. $2. Look at it. That's some Amazon 1900 calls for today. I mean, they're only $12 out, right? So definitely, I can definitely do that. Apple's a little high for me, I think. Not that it won't just keep running, because it's certainly looking like it wants to. Tesla 580 calls. Hands are tied. Didn't get the extra paycheck. Oh, extra pay you were expecting. Gotcha. At Apple. Continuing to push at the moment. Amazon looks like it's trying to bounce. Eye on those 1895. So those are moving pretty quick. I looked at them, they were 2 something. Now they're 315 by 355 at the moment. TRWD looks pretty good. Pull back. See if we can get any more out of it. AMD 52s. More of those. 230K sweep in this week's 52s at 80 cents. $300,000, $400,000 or so in total. 52s. Amazon getting a pop here. Picked up a small position in the 1900s just now. We just got bullish repeater, steady bullish and rapid fire, not repeater, steady and rapid fire in Intel. I picked up this week's Amazon 1900 and I paid $230. About where it's at right now. You're in AMD. Nice, Jim. Well, unwilling full, they should be. They should be. The dividend report date was yesterday. So I don't think I think the data record was yesterday. It's down 18 cents. I mean, they should. You would think. Crowd 62.91 needs to get over 63. Right now struggling. Some Netflix 350 puts. Yeah, so let's see, the dividend will be payable on January 31st to stockholders of record on January 23rd. So it would not surprise me if some people sell out of this. Since you don't have to hold it anymore, it sounds like, to get the dividend. Stockholders of record on January 23rd. So yeah, you're going to have people selling out of it. In fact, not a bad idea, probably. Get some puts on it. But they did. So I think they were trying to kind of get ahead of this a little bit because they announced this morning that they were selling this like identity protection product is being sold for 400 million. Like there's already a deal in place. No. It was a one-time deal because they sold their enterprise business to HPE a while back. But yeah, the record date was yesterday. And let's see. Yeah, you can still only trade. It's weird because the EX date is February 3rd, but it says to shareholders of record on January 23rd. It's 62.78. Now Amazon pulling back. SPY still looking pretty good. Thanks for the follow. Twitch retirement plan. Get into MU when it comes above PWAP if I see a little flow. And it sounds like Netflix continuing. The RWD is still looking pretty good. Pulled back to the 34 here, getting a bounce. We'll see what happens with that. Amazon, same thing. Pulled back to 34. And getting a little bounce here. Chelsea. IFF is green today. CIEN. Green. Come on, Amazon. Let's do it. Decent pullback on INTC to the 9 EMA there. We got SPCE back under 19 at 1825. Iska down. Going. What we got on the tick here? Tick red slightly. That's to the tick of the day, only positive 220. And advancers to decliners, leaning towards decliners side at the moment. Mm-hmm. What else we got here? Neo at 476. We got I'm just going through some of the names here. Watch list. Kern up today. Back over $9. ZM just off a high a day. Bounce before open. Nice. Go ZM. I am not currently in it. $75.87. Nice bounce there off the 34. Crowd now below the 34. And Microsoft 167.30. Microsoft is green about 60 cents today. Pins 22.91. Green. E now positive. Take a look at Twilio, was just called out. 23. Folio on the 1 hour chart. Potentially some resistance up here, 123 and change. What is that? 123.80 or so. Top of that. Daily. About the same. And you can see what you're coming up into here. Keep that in mind. You're coming in this area that was long-term, you know, bounced off this. This is on a daily, hit that support level several times. And that's what you're coming up into right now. Yeah, FV. Yes, I did, Bobby. I did. And we talked about it. And we talked about it in DM. And no, I was looking at the same thing that he was looking at. You know, for me, it was okay. Well, the story, which he agreed. I said the story has changed for them since when they were in this area, November 2018. The sentiment has changed. And he's like, yeah, true. It really could go either way. And it just didn't make it through. But it looks like crap today. Where are we at? 83.89. I mean, that's a big drop. $1.30 so far. Then you got 83, potentially, say 82.50 I had as a level. 83.03. And this is honestly just one of those where it's okay, it's kind of ridiculous at this point. I don't know if they're just taking out stuff. I mean, I didn't see any news on them or anything like that. But I think you may get a pullback. We'll see. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. Maybe down here and it holds this 82, you know, right in here. That's what we'll be looking at. See what it does. If it makes it there, you know, that may be an opportunity for a better entry before heading back the other way, but we'll see. Think so? For actual V. You wet making an actual V. All right, there's a little pullback on SPY. There's Intel right there on 9 EMA. 13 EMA. Chart. And Microsoft sitting right at the 34. Like both of these, I'd like to see these indicators turn back the other direction. Show that continuation. That could be. Unwilling full could be. Except I don't think that mRNA was doing anything great. No. No, it's not. And the mRNA was the one that supposedly has. Now getting a little bounce. We'll see what happens with it. Crowd pulling back there. 62.50. Mute. All right, Amazon, let's go. On. Get a move on it. So far, so far. I mean, Intel had a nice run this morning, first thing out of the gate. Buy has given back here. Yeah, I'm sure not. Go blue. I'm sure not. Another instance of coronavirus. Sounds like in Chicago. Oh, mine aren't either. Here goes Amazon. Come on. It may just be chopped too. We'll see what happens. SPY flat at the moment. I got tick slightly negative. So far, Bobby, yeah. I mean, I got out of those SPY calls, but that's it. I was just kind of following the flow, and it looked like it was holding up here, so we'll see. But some help from SPY here. We need SPY to push. Right now, this is pretty darn tightly coiled here. Kind of coming into this wedge. Julio looking pretty good. Was it 600 yesterday? Now at 800. Thank you. 1 second. Hello. Good. Yeah, Bobby, I know you guys can't hear me. I'm on the phone with Charlie. I will be back in just a minute. Mute. Down here on the bottom, I can click at the time scale and drag it left or drag it right, and that'll show me more or show me less. Right now, you're like, you drug it way over to the right, so it's all cramped together. So drag it to the left, and that'll spread it out. Okay, no problem. Yeah, you're welcome. All right, bye. Sorry, Charlie. Trying to help you, but yeah. Right, back to candles. Nothing on credit. And I did dump Amazon when it broke out of that wedge to the downside. Microsoft now below the 34. BYND dropping. SPY was looking kind of weak. Part of the other reason I got out of Amazon was SPY looking like it was going to drop. I've got the tick negative at the moment. And here's your BYND. Still green, $2.60. But not looking great. Nice pop on MRNA. But you can tell, like, you know, at the moment, just no, again, it's kind of choppy. Netflix 355 calls, some Intel calls. A 250K sweep in the Intel 65s for this week. APT is surging up 14%, going straight up. We can look at that one. mRNA is looking good. Oh. And now Netflix pulling back. APT is $5, $5.85. I don't know anything about them. Yep, it's a low float, 13 million shares with an average volume of 17,000. So I would not touch that. Average traded volume 17,000. It's traded 900,000 shares today. So I would not want to get stuck in that. Yeah, space is tanking. 1716. What happened? Even a rocket crash won't doom Virgin Galactic stock. What happened? This is from 20-some minutes ago. Future rocket crash. Okay. That is a bullshit fear tactic right there. I doubt that's causing this, but you know, this could just be kind of general market conditions not in a great place. So, what we got here. Square up nicely. Those are, we were already in those. I was already in those a while ago. They are up very nicely today. Look at Square real quick. Crowd still giving it back. Square, nice pop and then pull back. 71.43. And Square right now on the 9. Is that the 13 on this chart? No, that's the 9 on this chart. I will figure out how to make them all the same. Not how to. I will just standardize on something. But here, let's see. IFF has a bid at 370 now. Let's go look at IFF. That one just, man. Talked about this yesterday, like where it was on the daily and the setup and everything else was just, it worked out really well. I still have time on those. Those are out to February. Cisco is actually up today, 49.18. Cisco. Pull back on mRNA. Let's go look at Cisco. Cisco high a day, 49.48. Well, I take that back on the whole looking good thing. It was green, but that was a nice pop and then a pretty sizable pullback there. ENOB no longer halted. I don't know what the hell that is. Let's see. Look at Cisco. And BYND continuing its retreat there. Okay, called out space saying that the run up is possibly a short squeeze or a float. Yeah. Right, so I got Cisco right at the 200 here. See what it does. SPY doing. The SPY is still giving it up here. Starting. Watch your longs. It's starting to get a little going on here. $31. We're at 330.97 right now. Keep an eye on it. And I don't know, Sarah. I mean, yesterday they said we were not all gonna die, and then everything went up. Maybe we actually get a pullback today, like a legit pullback. I don't know. Microsoft back under 167, 166.80. BMY dropping as well. And everything. Yeah, I'm not looking to at the moment go long on anything until this looks like it's over. You may look for things, again to short. BYND has already pulled back quite a bit. Let's see what it's This is where it's kind of tough just because it's like stuff is okay. So another reported case just came through Tennessee Tech University. The reported case. Roku looking like maybe some downside in store. Love to see this thing get back to the 34 for potential entry. Wanted to try to play it to the downside. Cisco dropping. Intel holding up okay at the moment. I mean, it did pull back as well. But guys, for me, like when these are the market conditions, I want to be patient. I want to be looking for, okay, where is that setup works for me. And right now, you can see this trend line here kind of forming on the 1 minute on Roku. So it has, you really only have like that. So it's kind of popped above that. 3 points of contact there. See what it does when it gets to the 34, if it makes it to the 34 there. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, the way they drive the market, I guess, but I just want to wait for the right setup, meaning it gets where I want on the chart. You get the indicators lined up the way that I like to see them. And if that doesn't happen, then fine. Okay. There are some days, you know, where everything is running and the momentum is very obviously all right. There was just a headline, something about difference in views and kicking off a phase 2 trade deal. So, you know, when you've got, and even then, it's not like we saw a big algo candle on SPY. Kind of strange, right? It's like the algos are almost immune to those headlines now. Can I fix my overlay so I can see the name of the ticker? Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Realize that was from last night. I actually did, for anybody that missed it, I did record Pete going through his little training he did last night. And I'll be posting that. Yeah, I'm waiting at the moment. I want to see a setup that I like. trade EFTC price target raised to 45. Thank you. Roku is at the 34 now. Has broken that downward trend line that I had. And in any way I swing that, see what it does here. See if we get a rejection, a good rejection here off the 34, could be set up to try short. And we are at 132.59. The 133 puts are $1.10 by $1.20. That's what I would be looking. Nice bounce across the board. Yeah, bounce on SPY there. And it does kind of feel like today is, I mean, you can see there's been bounces there, Sarah. I don't know. Not super confident in the normal by the dip bounce by the dip. And waiting to see if Roku's going to turn over right here. Back the other way. All right. It'll bounce over the 34 there. Then the next, if it gets over that, you got VWAP just above. You could try it here, but then you'd have to give it to VWAP, I think. Kind of see what it does there. Either confirm or invalidate. You have this, we'll see this squeeze indicator. You can see lower, higher. Looks like maybe it gets a turn here. We'll see. That's kind of what I'm watching and waiting for. I want to see it, you know, show me that it's going to go back the other way. This is what I'm looking for. Yo, one sec. Can you hear me? Test. Hello? Yo, can you hear me?
Nope.
Can't?
Way in the background somewhere. Like I can barely hear you.
Oh, well, we can hear you. I have you, I'm streaming right now. So I've got your voice coming through the stream.
Oh, nice. Well, now I just have to crank my volume up.
Yeah, there you go. So, what are you doing? What's up? Oh, they're saying.
So, yeah. I don't know when you sent me that stuff, but I was looking at my phone. I'm like, what is this? Where did this come from?
What did
I started looking at it. I'm like, man, how did I miss this? I was like, oh yeah, weed's legal in Washington.
What did I send you?
Yeah, can't hear you very. I don't know if you're talking to me or not.
Well, I am, but I'm trying to figure out exactly what. Oh, yeah. Are you talking about the posts that I sent you?
Yeah, they're making fun of these tool bags. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Any input here from the people watching the stream? All right. So, if this is a buddy of mine, Unwillingful, and those of you that have been on the stream have heard him before, potentially.
Potentially.
He is the world's not greatest stock trader, I guess. I don't know how to put it. He doesn't trade. So that's not his forte. But what he is good at is sarcasm and making people feel really, really bad about themselves or really good about themselves, depending on what side of the fence he's on with you. But we talked about...
Yeah, see, I kind of work the other side of the stock charts. Like, people trade stock. I'm the guy that creates the spikes of profit in said stock.
Are you saying you're a market maker now?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of like a market deity. So whatever company I work for.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Because I'm gonna make that company go whoople of money, and I know you don't know what go whoople is. That's because you haven't made that kind of money in a lifetime. A go whoople is like the kind of money that, you know, when your friend's like, oh man, I made $116,000 last year. I'm like, good job. I paid $164,000 in income tax after my write-off. Gotch. There we go, making people feel bad about themselves again.
That's what he does.
Sorry.
That's what he does. Unwillingful says he must work for Apple because Apple is Apple's on fire. No, but we had this idea. I had this idea that I sent to him about taking some of the posts that are seen on WSB or StockTwits or Investors Hub and just kind of doing a series of like, here's what not to do. Like, don't do this, right? And finding the most ridiculous posts and just kind of putting them to shame, like talking about how ridiculous they are and how ridiculous the plays are and the companies and stuff. One of them that came up for me was a spike in a it's like a marketing company. I'm trying to remember the ticker, but they I think they work with Invicta watches, and they got Shaquille O'Neal to they like there was this announcement that they partnered with Shaq. And you know, Invicta watches, everybody's kind of heard of them, right? But they're like 60.
Can I just say right now that you said Shaquille O'Neal. First you said Invicta watches.
Yep.
Then you said Shaquille O'Neal.
Yep.
And then I might have heard the word marketing in there. And I just want you to know, for people that, from someone who knows the type of people that buy Invicta watches, I'm erupting on the inside with a plethora of inappropriate jokes.
Exactly. But we're not gonna go there yet. We're saving it. Let's
keep going.
But yes, Happy Trader Guy. It's basically people of Walmart, but people of stock trading. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. But yeah, so that was kind of the first one that I came across, and there were people talking about, oh, they're partnering with Shaquille O'Neal. This thing's gonna, you know, and then you see this huge spike in volume and in the price, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, okay, Invicta watches are like $60 at JCPenney. I mean, I've seen them on Craigslist for like $5. You see them on eBay for $5 or $10 sometimes. It's not like a high quality watch. And I highly doubt Shaq is walking around sporting Invicta watches. Maybe. And maybe he just needs a job right now. I have nothing against the guy. He, you know, I think what he's done for kids' movies and stuff, that's great. It's
well, there is a huge market for big, flashy, rich-looking fake stuff.
There is. But is that going to does that make the stock worth a bunch of money because they got, in Shaq wearing an Invicta watch in an ad. Come on. You're gonna buy the stock
I
because
mean,
of that?
we could invest $2 million and get a return of like $1,500.
You exactly. And I think that's what
Good turn.
Exactly. Bobby says they look nice, but all the reviews I read, Bobby, they're pieces of shit. I mean, that's all there is to it. It's not a high-end watch.
No, I have to stop. Okay, can we talk about Invicta watches? So let me explain Invicta watches to the masses. So an Invicta watch is like a 24 to 36-year-old bougie person, it's wannabe bougie, that like works at like Wells Fargo as a teller. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's a good profession in the banking industry. But then they go down the street and they go pay a $450 a month payment and they finance a 2006 BMW with 137,000 miles, of which the maintenance cost is greater than the actual cost of the vehicle, because at the end of the day, all these 18 to 22-year-old girls go, oh my God, this fool, I don't know what kind of watch he be wearing, but this fool drives a BMW and he must be like super bougie. So like, I want to get on that, because majority of people don't know no better. So let me just say that if you can't afford a nice watch, what everybody else does, and go get a normal watch or an Apple Watch or one of them Samsung watches.
Samsung,
Don't fake the
huh?
bacon. Yeah, I said it, B. I said it.
Hold on just a second.
Is that my wife in the background?
No, can you hear that still?
Barely.
Okay, you shouldn't be able to hear it at all. How about now?
Well, I heard it.
Okay.
I hear you.
Okay, perfect. That's all you're supposed to hear. Yeah, so I was just looking at and this is where we can find some fun stuff to talk about. We have this OTC scanner, and OTC, over the counter pink sheet stocks, typically not the highest quality stuff to get involved in. And I don't know why it does this, but I've already accepted this disclaimer more than once. Let's see. Here you go. Unwilling Fool says, buy JCPenney. Yeah. Does anybody even go there anymore?
You know what we should do? While we're buying JCPenney's, we should probably dump a whole bunch of stock into Mervyn's and Toys R Us.
Exactly. Mervyn's and Toys R Us. Perfect.
No. JCPenney still does vacuum repair. Nope. That's Sears. Never mind.
Yeah. Well,
Do they still sell tires, or is it like Montgomery Ward? I'm super confused.
let's see. Sarah says, I don't even know where one is. And Unwilling Fool says he gets his business formal shirts. Mervyn's. Yeah, Mervyn's has been gone for a while, huh?
Yeah, but they
No
created a
more Mervyn's.
legacy with that open commercial from a long time
Was that Mervyn? No, that wasn't Mervyn's. Was it? I thought that was Kmart, wasn't it?
I feel like it was Mervyn's, man.
Unwilling Fool says it was
don't
Macy's.
know.
I thought it was like Kmart or Target or something like that, where they're standing at the door going, open. I remember the commercial.
Absolutely. And Willingful, it's definitely not Macy's. Macy's is getting their ass kicked by Nordstrom's right now. Have you ever been in a Macy's and then went into a Nordstrom?
Yeah, there's no comparison there.
It's
Yeah.
like going into an Outback and then a Ruth Chris.
Right, exactly. The only thing, so Nordstrom's great, like if you want to pay 3 times more than what something's worth.
100%, which you
mean-
can easily get it online
Right.
or get it on Nordstrom Rack or whatever. But you can buy shit at Nordstrom and you can wear it for 3 years and walk back and be like, I got a hole in my pocket.
That's true.
And they'll say, okay, and they'll give you a brand new pair of pants.
That's true. Kind of
You know,
forget
the
about
place you
that.
can
They
do
are
that
really
is
good about
Kirkland
that.
brand.
And I will say that the experience at Nordstrom it can be can be fun, especially if you're having a fun weekend in Vegas, like, you know, somebody I know, and you're up a whole bunch, and you're like, let's go to Nordstrom. That can get a little out of control.
Yeah, the Nordstroms in Vegas, you just walk in and you want to get measured for a suit, and you're going to get a pretty individual. Might be a guy, might be a girl, who knows? But they're going to have really, really soft hands. And the best part is when they repeatedly measure your inseam, and so they need to take the crotch out a little bit. You know,
that's how
I
they
like that. But normally when I'm in Vegas, you know, the only thing that's really downstairs in the basement is a shaved, naked, cold, dead mouse. It doesn't work. It's like pushing a marshmallow into a coin slot. It's awful. Then they laugh at you. What are we talking about this? Let's keep moving forward. I'm sorry.
You kind of went off the you went on a tangent there for a second. Apparently you get special treatment. Let's see, BB says Netflix at the 34. Let me go look at Netflix really quick. Especially or apparently you get special treatment. Roku getting a little pop here. And let's see. Nothing really on SPY yet. Tick still slightly negative. Let's go look at Netflix. Yeah, apparently you get special treatment at the Nordstroms in Vegas. Yeah.
Only if you come up, if you will, though. You know.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
So I do have Netflix bouncing off the 200 there, coming up on the 34. Yeah, I'm not ready to. Netflix going to determine if I get clothes at Nordstrom or Walmart. Nice. He says,
you know, somebody that I do know, that if you guys want to know, there's a man in Washington State by the name of Nenad Yashruti. Okay? He created a machine that is the best in the world by separating the content of marijuana because it's legal up here. And he sells these thousands and thousands of dollars worth of machines all around the globe. And I can't remember what the company name is of it, but if you Google him, you'll find out. And I also found out that he's about to go public because I sold him a couple of different things. And yeah, he's the real deal. And so he told me that he's about to go public within the next 6 months. And I'm like, cool. And he's like, hey, I'll hook you up. And he's kind of a big deal. And he's a multi-bajillionaire. And that's a pretty big deal. So you should probably Google him one of these days. Yeah,
we'll have to do that. That sounds exactly like the kind of Investors Hub post that I want to discuss. I mean, it's like exactly identical. Like somebody on Investors saying, "Oh, this guy, you know, I know this guy, and you know, he's a bajillionaire." Or what was the first term you used when you came? You made a. What was?
I forgot. Gaboodles.
See, you don't even. You're making up fucking words, and you don't even remember them. Come on.
I can afford to do that, Brian.
Let's see.
I'm not rich enough to have a personal assistant to take notes yet. That's my next step in life.
Come on now. Come on now. Let's see. So I'm looking at the breakout boards here on Investors Hub. We have BRKK. The rate of messages is 1,200% the normal average. The stock trades at 0.0003. 0.0003 cents a share, and that's what people are talking about. So I have to do a little digging to see what this company's about, but I bet we could find a couple posts in there that would be pretty damn funny. Most of them probably revolve around when this stock gets to X, $1, we're all going to Vegas. That's usually what they sound like.
Well, I mean, 0.00003. When it gets to $1, I mean, you know.
When, right? It's not
going to go to Vegas.
Yeah. So Unwilling Full said the guy works for DiLorenzo Biomedical.
Yup.
Is that your guy?
He has like 5 different parent companies. He has a vaping oil mod company. He has a couple of grow ops, but all of his money is in producing these, what are they called? You know, where they strip and purify the oils, because obviously one of the biggest things and problems with the world right now is that all these kids are dying from contaminated THC oil, which still has, you know, CO2 residue and these bad, harmful chemicals for your lungs. And him and this Swiss-based guy created this thing. Well, he didn't create it, but he bought the patent from the Swiss-based guy. So this is the kind of guy that turned a piece of paper into a whole type of $1 company. But yeah, he creates these machines, and they are the top of the market, way ahead of the curve. More affordable, more compact, and they fit into pretty much a closet. And all the companies that use them to purify or strip down their marijuana to make their oils and shatters and all those different things, it has the capability of pretty much turning it into whatever, whether you want to put it in gummies, thing like that. And yeah, dude, I think he had another one, something. I got to look it up, but. Yeah,
so that was not the guy, though, because this Unwilling Fool said he met a neuroscientist who has a chip he can implant in your body to magically increase your metabolism. And that's the company he was talking about. He said he works for DiLorenzo Biomedical in Seattle. So not your guy. This is a different guy with a different bajillion dollar thing. We getting any...
What about those nanobots that go in and, like, cure your body of cancer?
Nanobots.
Crazy thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the shit from the movies is gonna be real, bro.
It's all about the nanobots.
I don't even know what that means. I like the word nano.
It's a baby little miniature robot. It's a nanobot. I mean, really, I think that's kind of what it is.
They'll cure ED.
All right, look at Netflix here, guys. Taking a drop. It's rejected the 34 twice. Obviously, Netflix has been on a tear. We'll see what happens. If it could break this previous support here, might be interesting to watch down here to like 350, 179. If this does indeed break. But it has now rejected the 34 few times. So keep an eye on it. NEE is on a tear. Let's see. You watched who eats... Oh, you watched your doctor guy eat 6 pounds of food? How does the chip increase metabolism? I don't understand that. It does not compute. My nanobot is not working.
Nope.
No. So Chiefs or 49ers?
Well, my dad's been Joe Montana since I was born, so I gotta go for the Niners because they're for my dad, you know. But I was at the Niners Hawks, and I was like 4 rows back of the end zone, and that was pretty intense, and it was kind of a Linda letdown. But at the end of the day, just like golf, I really only pay attention to sports because I have to be able to, you know, speak intelligently when talking to a bunch of school bags that, you know, try to monetize and make money and make themselves feel better about the success of others.
Yeah.
But with that said, I'm going to go for the 49ers.
All right. Well, I guess so. The prices are going to be out here for the Super Bowl. So it looks like you're on Team Puck.
Yeah, let me put me down for 26-18 Niners.
There you go. All right, it's on the board. If I remember, we actually should come up with something like that.
Trust me, if the Super Bowl ends up 26-18 Niners, you're gonna be hearing from me.
Yes, I know. I will literally have to just turn my phone off for 2 days. Because it's just going to be a flood of texts and phone calls. I fucking told you. Did you put $1 million on that?
right?
I'll be like, no, did you? You can be like, oh no, I forgot.
No, I don't bet. I don't
Yeah.
gamble on purchase.
Yep.
I only gamble on Texas Hold'em, something I know I can win. Duh.
All right. Well, it was good to talk to you. I want to save the commentary, making fun of stocks and stuff for after hours or something like that. We'll do something separate. Right now, I got to focus on the market. I do
Focus on the
see
market.
Netflix dropping.
I'm driving
Dude,
to
I got to
fight
go
the
make my
market for you
paycheck.
right now.
I got to go make my
No.
paycheck. Go tell all your friends to I don't know, go find somebody at Cisco and tell them to do better. Help us get that thing up. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later.
No problem. Love you long time. Bye.
Peace. All right. Listen to. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear Discord when it comes through? No, you can't. Okay, good. Good. You shouldn't. PNW for life. I like them both. If I'm picking one over the other, I'm PNW at this point. But I like them both. So what do you guys think? Would that be, I'm still going to do this like training, that's number one priority. I think that's more important than making fun of, but would it be entertaining? I think it might be. Just to go out there and find that stuff and say, here's what not to do. Might be fun. Apple smashing the 50. So those 322s that came in this morning, kind of the first batch that I saw with any consistency. Let's keep that in mind, and I make a note of it. And the first batch of weeklies that come in, let's track them for a couple weeks and see what they do. See how often they work. I'll add that to the spreadsheet, and we'll just make a note. You had 20 shares of Macy's for the dividend. Plan on buying 80 more if the earnings go well. Yeah. I don't own any Macy's, but I don't own any retail. So, Minute Media. What? What is this? Minute Media buys FanSided from Meredith. So Meredith, Time Inc. bought FanSided. Meredith bought Time Inc. and now Time Inc. is selling FanSided? Okay. Now I do have to get somebody. I know somebody that works there, and I got to find out what the hell is going on. See what I can find out about that. That is very interesting. Interesting news. They bought, and I thought, so the ticker is MDP, is Meredith. And you want to talk about a stock with a good dividend? MDP has a pretty good dividend, and they pride themselves on paying it out, and they don't reduce it, and yada, yada, yada. But yeah, Meredith is the company that owns Time Inc. And they bought them with the intention of transitioning everything to digital from print. So Meredith owns all the big like magazines that you see in, at the grocery store checkout line and that sort of thing. I don't need to answer that. So to see them sell off that brand is very interesting because they bought, a big part of the reason they bought FanSided was because of the platform that FanSided was running on. Meredith said, Time Inc. said we could take this platform and adapt it to our media. Yeah, and it's big. But it's just crazy to me that they did that. Condé Nast is I was here. Gotcha. Yeah, Meredith is pretty big. They got a lot. They own a lot of brands. All right, Netflix. We're gonna turn over and go back the other way. What are you gonna do here? Let's go look at SPY. So SPY getting a little pop here. Tick 152 so far. Again, look at that. I mean, God, it's just every day, right? It's like goes down, goes down, goes down. Okay, buy the dip. Crazy. And everything is green again. Let's see, Square above the 34 and VWAP. Yes, it is. Computer bullish on Goog. I'll see what I can find out about that that deal. That's interesting. Interesting to me because I know somebody that worked at Fansided and yada, yada, yada. Your 5 shares of Apple are bringing in $20 of profit. Nice. up 1%. I think people are getting in, figuring everybody buying virus masks from 3M. Maybe. How much money do they make off virus masks? When I think of 3M, you know, I think so I was a network engineer for a long time. I was in the military, and while I was in the military, I did got certified as a fiber optics. I can't even remember what the certification was, but it was like fiber optics something technician, and we actually had to learn how to fuse fiber together, which is cool because you get to use this machine called a fusion splicer. But before, like while we were doing that, before I really knew, you know, every time I thought of 3M, I thought of like the, you know, tape and the sticky strips and stuff. Fucking 3M makes all that shit. They make those fusion splicers, and we had probably 5 or 6 of them, and I think they were like $120,000 a piece. All the connectors for fiber back then, they made all those connectors, and back then they were expensive. I mean, you were talking, they were $12-15 a piece. Some of them were more than that, $30, and we were going through them like, you know, there's buckets of them on the tables, and you're practicing splicing fiber and stuff. I mean, so face masks, I don't know, but some of the other stuff they make, holy cow, it's expensive. Interesting. So I am short Netflix from the 34 there, but the contracts that I'm in have not moved. Probably too far out of the money. I think they were that far. Sheesh. Sheesh. Should have went. Yeah. Should have went closer to the money. Yeah. You look at 3M yearly. Interesting. I will take a look at it. Companies making fiber optics in space because it makes better quality in zero-G environments. No interference as well. Yeah, give me a sec. We will go take a look at that. Just running through real quick and checking on some positions here. See where I'm at on some stuff. And then we will go look at that 3M yearly chart. So FSLR up nicely today from the alert yesterday. Take a glance at FSLR now. Netflix getting a little pop. I'm out. I lost about $7. Let's go look at FSLR and 3M. FSLR up $1.23 or 2.36%. Okay. Get out of some of these. These expire. These I have time on these. They don't expire until February 21st. I'll sell a third of these. Sounds like Amazon to the downside. Square got that little pop and no continuation at the moment. Now, let's see where we're rejecting on the 1 minute. That's what you got to get over. 71. 71.53. Got to get over that. And maybe you get some more. Let's go look at 3M. UI is running straight up. Work. I closed some of work. No, I'm still holding some. And I like Ubiquity. Ubiquity up 2%. Nice. I'm a fan. No, work is still open. Amazon I already got out of. The Amazon calls? Yeah, those I got rid of a while ago. No. Disney China closed. Is Disney tanking? Here's the 3M chart. Here's a monthly view on the 3M chart. Ooh, definitely 3M at an interesting spot. Where are we at? 179.73 on the monthly. Coming into potentially some resistance. But through that room, 206, 244. This is monthly, so keep that in mind. But let's see. Play with these fibs here and see what we come up with. Look at this. From this move, starting here, all the way up to the top, you got it right at that 618 extension on a monthly chart. Interesting. Let's go look at this. Let's see. That's my short term. Now FSLR pulling back. Done some paper trading and found that as long as I stay away from Amazon and Tesla, you're doing fine. Out of 5 trades, the 2 losing ones were Tesla and Amazon. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that last night, right? MMM has earnings on Tuesday. Thank you, Poker Pro. Yes, Bobby. I'll have to go look. I haven't. That was, where were those? Yesterday or the day before or something? I'll have to go look. Now Square pulling back there. And these FSLR calls, I don't know if I'm going to swing them or not. But I have and these were from yesterday. This was an alert that popped up. 55 calls. What are we seeing? What did she just call out, Mel? ABT, Abbott, 9150s. Okay, it sounds like another sell program. And it sounds like Amazon. Oh, Cisco. And there goes SPY. Some more downside. Sell program coming in. Damn. Something about a Trump tweet saying read the transcripts, whatever that means. Okay, let's keep an eye on stuff. That was a pretty sizable pop there, UVXY. We got negative 300 now on the tick. See if that's an algo candle that's going to pop us back up or what. Another U.S. reported corona case. Thank you. On daily big gap 200 to 220. Bobby, 1900 calls. I'm trying to remember. I did not play 1900. You're talking about the 1895s. Yeah, the 1895s today. That we saw flow on this morning. No, I got in and out of those. I'll have to go look. It was like $1.31 to like 97 or something. Or $1 or something like that. I'll have to go look. I blame Charlie for calling me. Just kidding, Charlie, if you're listening. He did say you can go hand, and I'm like, nah, it's okay. I'll just get out. Because it had popped out of that wedge to the downside. So, Triple M. Back to Triple M. Let's look at the weekly. Oops. I wonder if we've seen any. I know you said they have earnings. Somebody said they have earnings coming up at 20 to the 28th. Yeah. Not sure if that's right or not, but crude oil lowest level since October. Let's see this chart. Put it here. I want to see it with all those MAs. So bounce off the 34 there on the daily. I wouldn't do anything before earnings. But you can see the weekly. Looks like it's moving up here. Coming up into that area there. We're at 179. Starts to get interesting, I think, above the 89 EMA. You got to break above the 89 EMA here, which is 185. I think then it starts to get starts to look interesting. I mean, it's interesting, but there's definitely room, upside potential here. I like where it's at on the chart. Let's see how they do on earnings. I don't think I want to do anything before then. But definitely something to keep an eye on. Sure. Third U.S. case. Rift Boy, man, like they're all taking a hit, getting their ass kicked. Roku looking weak. Continued to look weak. Ticket 339, 277 negative at the moment. See, this is just chop right here, right? This may have been an algo drop that gets bought back up, but like, all right, we gotta wait, see what happens. See if we're gonna continue down or if, you know, they're just gonna buy it back up and call it a day. Disney breaking 141 support. Yeah, Disney could be in trouble. If they shut down the park in China, and theme parks in general will take a hit when there's an outbreak, right? You could see some more downside on Disney. Disney. Or Diz. All the good stuff they got going on, and I mean, I say poor Disney, but you know, whatever. Yeah, it's Disney is taking a beating. Down $1.27. You know, something that might be interesting is like some Disney puts to next week. I don't know how long it's going to be before we forget about this and it starts going back up because the streaming, you know, wars and everything that are going on. But Disney could. Pete was talking about Disney, you know, if this continues, potentially 120, 125 area. So that's kind of interesting. It's at 140. And if you went out to March 130s are $1.32. So if you think this is going to continue, if over the course of the next week or two, this pulls back another $2 or $3, those would pay. Netflix is breaking down, shutting park. China is a very good idea. It's way better news that, way better than news that, right. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But again, like keep in mind, if this outbreak continues, the theory is that there will be less visitors to theme parks in general. I'm going to add this Triple M to our watch list. And I'm just going to set an alert here. There we go. Pay attention to that one. See what happens with it. All right, Spy. I did pick up, and this is, I'm telling you, after the fact. Like, this is more of, because I am still in some long positions. If this continues, I have a hedge. I got some SPY puts, but it's not. That is more for insurance. Okay, puts can be good. CFAB, yeah, let's go look at LK. I played LK puts like earlier this week and did well on them. This thing was all the way up at like $50, 51.38. LK, and I think the other one was Yum C, which is Yum China. Yeah, it's getting its ass kicked too. And this thing, 52-week high, $50. It's only $5 off to 52. But yeah, that's another one that nobody wants that kind of stuff in China. That will take a hit. Roku looking really weak here, but that 130 area has been pretty strong for Roku. Disney right at 140. And BB says Netflix breaking down. Yep. Well, let's get a pullback. At least, I'd like to see it back up at the 34. I don't know that we're going to get it, but yeah. Let's go back to a daily down here. See where we're at. Obviously, extended here off their ER. Could see some potential support if it makes it down here, 340, about 345 or so. You can kind of see the potential if this continues. It could. Not really seeing any. I mean, the Netflix on the 1 minute, the chart is looking pretty weak at the moment. You can see this support level that it's at right now, sitting at the 200. If it breaks the 200, which it looks like it may be about to, Netflix could see some more downside for sure. It's at 352. 350s are $1. Is it going to see another $2 or $3 though? That I don't know. There's 350 right there. So it's at support. We got to see it break down to show any sort of continuation. Obviously, you're playing against, Netflix has been really strong today. How hard would it be for you to customize, to become, not U.S. citizen, is illegal to ask my girlfriend to register to? Not with a power of attorney. If you have a power of attorney in place, then it is legal. And it's basically just a conversation you have with them and say, look, I'm going to be trading this account. I need all the forms. Tell me what needs to be done, and they will get you everything that you need. So every alert in Blackbox is red right now, and that is not normal. So that kind of tells you a little something about the environment that we're trading in at the moment when all those alerts are red. It tells you that, okay, it might be a little difficult today when the big sweepers their positions are red. Marry her, there you go. That's yeah. Back. All the bears are waiting for it. Could be. I took that Disney. I got in at 131. I bought the March 20th 130 puts for $1.31. They're 132 by 134 right now. And now Netflix giving up the 200 there and that support. So we will see what Netflix does. Thanks for following Trap Crazy. So I got SPY 331s. And then I got those Disney 130s out to March. And trying to scalp a little Netflix here if I can. Well, then you're probably, in some stable stuff, which is good. Don't have a good position in many of your stocks. Most are just off their 50. Well, I'll tell you, Unwilling Fool, that's why I have been hesitant to, in my longer term accounts, there's stuff that I've taken profit on. I'm trying to keep some dry powder, as we call it, some free cash available so that if we do get a big pullback, I've got some capital that I can put to work and try to pick up some stuff at a discount because, yes, right now a lot of stuff's near 52-week highs. If I am buying stuff, most of the stuff that I'm buying is not near 52-week highs. It's stuff that has already kind of taken a hit. So if the market takes a bigger hit, you'll hopefully those are impacted. Still good companies, but they've, they're not at 52-week highs, and they're at long-term areas of support in most cases. So, Pete talking about biotech in general right now getting destroyed. So all those people that go out and just invest in bios getting slaughtered. And Disney just continuing the downside at the moment. How about Roku? 132. And how about SPY? We are at 330.50 at the moment on SPY. Tick about flat. Let's see where we go from here, if SPY gets a bounce here or not. Those 331 puts that I have, I'm closing out of some of those. Green. Take some profit there in case we're done. PMY, crisp, FV down. Yeah, it's been rough. You were looking at 350, 250 for 131. Yep. That's what I got was 350. Obviously, Netflix, today for Netflix, it's been a good day. So you're playing against its trend on the day. But if everything starts pulling back and taking a hit, it did give up the 200 there, but just briefly. and it looks like it couldn't hold below it. So, you know, right here, you really wanted to see it reject. Well, it's still there. Let's see what happens. Really, if you're short, you want to see it continue to reject that 200. Otherwise, then it's going to go back test 34. See if we get that rejection there. And Pete's smart sheet, SMAR, is green today. Nice. There we go, Netflix. Keep on coming. Wonder if who will have another press con World Health. Well, let's see. And interestingly enough, I wonder what Xilinx is doing. Semi, but I haven't looked at it today. It is only red 12 cents. Disney continuing. And Netflix. Unable at the moment to make a turn to the upside. Let's see if we can go break LOD. Still in this potential support here. Right in here. But if you're short Netflix, I mean, you can see right here, really at this point, the trade isn't really broken, I don't think, until you get that 9 EMA crossing over the 34. And that's why some of these tickers that are like Netflix, obviously super volatile today. You know, that's why you really got to be careful with these, because sometimes you got to give them a little more room than you want to. But I would say this trade is intact until that 9 EMA crosses over the 34. Some stock no longer halted. Some stock I don't know, don't follow. You may get this. You see, you kind of got this compression here and then drop. What happens? Oil taking a big hit. Yeah, I heard Pete talking about that as well. Sounds like bio and oil kind of getting crushed. Amazon LOD. Makes it a lot of volume in Amazon to the downside at the moment. Disney continuing. And let's see what's going on with BA. Ooh, what the heck? Damn, BA. 315 and falling. Is there news? Boeing 77X to have first flight while 797 goes back to the drawing board 22 minutes ago. All right, guys. Sell program at the NYSE. So we got quite a few drops coming in. I'll take it. Let's go Netflix. Woohoo! Low a day. I also saw a headline on Boeing that it looks like it was 22 minutes ago that said 777 to have first flight while the 797 goes back to the drawing board. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but something about restarting design work. I have no idea, but it just came across. So. Aren't they still having problems with airplanes that have pilots? BA cuts to Dreamliner production. Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. Some drops coming in. So far, Netflix working out. Disney ought to be working out so far. Amazon keeps dropping. Yeah, it's good. This is getting woohoo, fun. Times. And Pete saying APT still popping. We get a pullback on SPY at all, some sort of bounce. Coronavirus now in Nepal. All right. Yeah, this is actually INTC alerts are good. Did he say APT or ABE? I bet he was talking about APT. Maybe. No, not ABT. It was this ABPT. I don't know what the hell this thing is. What is this? Oh, is this a company that's, let's see. Okay. APT, Alpha Protect. So we were talking about 3M and face masks. That's what APT does. They make that product. They make those face masks. So day range 519 to 614, 52-week high is only 614. So it's at 52-week high right now. 13 million shares out there. Wow. Is that it? Yeah, that's a low float. But, yeah. It is at 52-week highs. Yeah, APT. Casinos getting hit. I was talking about that yesterday. That, you know, the casinos, Las Vegas Sands and some of the others, like I would expect that their business would slow down in this sort of environment as well. But they didn't take a hit yesterday, which I was a little surprised. I was thinking, yeah, they'll probably take a hit. They really didn't see anything yesterday. And Netflix 351.65 getting a little bounce well under that support. Let's see where it goes from here. And those Disney 130 puts are going up. Get another sell program. Or not. Keep on going, Netflix. Cool with it. Kank said a lot of volume coming into Amazon. Keep on going, Netflix. Those 350, 250s would have been nice. Win down 4%. LT inverse the SPY again. When looks like it has a potential to be decent outside. Yeah, maybe. Maybe a little support right here around 133. If that breaks, then yeah. Definitely some potential. Swift bullish in big lots, it sounds like. That's big lots, right? BIG? I think so. Disney getting their ass kicked. MDP 52-week low. Yeah. I mean, the whole market's taking a hit right now, right? Netflix. And MDP is not a short-term play for me. But Win could be. Yeah, 29.24. Yeah, Win at this area of tested support here. Like I said, if it breaks that, we could see some more. Yeah. If this is going to continue, I think Win could be interesting. There we go. Netflix. Yeah, keep on going. Which is interesting, right? Like somebody brought it up yesterday. Like, okay, if there's a bunch of this shit floating around, what are people going to do? They're going to sit at home and watch Netflix if it gets bad. So, you know, it is interesting. All right, what do we got on SPY? SPY kind of leveling off a little bit here. Tick slightly positive. I mean, that was a decent sell program that came in there. Pretty aggressive. Amazon's still making new lows. You know? Yeah, Win is looking pretty damn sad. All these though, Win, LVS, Caesars. Nobody's gonna want to go to Vegas. The first reported case that comes up in Vegas, no one's gonna want to go to Vegas. They're gonna be like, no, there's too much exposure there. Win is at 133. Those puts out to next week are kind of expensive. The 132s are $4. I'm not likely to chase anything else, but crowd hitting the low ticker pretty lot. I mean, shit. Willing full. Yeah, I have Plex as well. Now, crowd, if this, you know, in these conditions, just with the economy and everything else that's, you know, trade deals and potential conflicts that seem to just go away, I like cybersecurity this year, just in general. I think this could be a good year. That is all. So 133.69 and the 132 puts, is that for this week? Still want 40 cents for those on Win. Pretty expensive if you ask me for something that expires today and isn't closer to the money. Let's go work. Up 60% on those work puts. I'm just glad I had some puts in some things. Third U.S. case confirmed by Senator. Netflix surge continues on expectation. Millions of Chinese will be stuck at home watching it. Only problem, Netflix not available in China. That deserves a, let's see, where's the trombone? Nope. Go Netflix. Get your ass down there. You go. I literally just sold one of those Neo puts, or calls, those $4 calls, and the profit just about paid my commit. No, not quite. Almost paid for my position. SPCE down at 1786. Another uptick in UVXY. And up nicely on the Netflix puts. This is one of those days you just want to put in some stop loss orders and walk away. Yeah? Hey, Samson, I'll take it. I've got quite a few SPY puts here. Added a few times. That's the thing right now. Those puts are offsetting any of the hits that I'm taking on longer term stuff, right? But yeah, I mean, definitely took some hits on the longer term portfolio today. AbbVie now 82.89, so under $83, down quite a bit today. MDP down quite a bit. Space down quite a bit today. Everything. Lot of pullbacks, lot of hits. Thomas said there'll be days like that. 5G at ETF taking a hit today. Cisco just went flat, but it is dropping as well. I mean, everything. Like everything. Fucking Netflix. Oh. Almost. Come on, Netflix, give it to me. We're close. I'm in the money. I have 350s. See a green. You don't see a green next week. Most likely we'll see more coronavirus news. That's kind of what I'm wondering. Let's see. Wall Street week ahead. Hopes are high for tech stock Cadillacs, and so are their prices. Wall Street is betting that the most popular U.S. tech and internet stocks can keep out pushing the market. I don't know, but you would think, what's Twitter doing? You know, like Snap, Twitter. 'Cause there's going to be a lot of stuff being posted on this. Yeah, win 133. Twitter dropping 33.28. 52-week high 34.11. Snap 1908 from 1976. I mean, I'm like, what? Who said 327 on SPY? 327.50 in today. Samson, think it's going to drop that much? That would be quite the drop. Netflix still dropping. How about BA? 315, so it hasn't really done anything else since that drop. Netflix still taking a hit. Disney still taking a hit. So our Disneys are up 15% already, and we have till March. I don't even know if I'm going to hold those. I had planned on it, but let's see what happens today. Been waiting for a reason to say, yeah. I got friends that I've had a couple texts now from friends that are like, what the fuck is going on? I just looked at my account and everything looks red. These are not active day traders. So I'm just going to send a picture and say, this is what's going on. God, UVXY. Willio now dropping as well. And repeater bearish in Baba. Ooh, that's a good call too, right? China, but And now Netflix getting a bounce here. See if it's temporary. Apple finally slowed down. Well, I mean, hell, everything else. We're getting a little bounce here on some stuff. Yeah, Baba is dropping pretty hard, down $4 at the moment. So, where might we see a bounce? Well, and we need to look at the levels here on, I'm going to go look at the levels on SPY, but Baba maybe that 212-ish, 1217 potentially. Boeing said they may not have to cut production, depending on the timing and the size of orders from China deal. So they're hanging on to, well, maybe we won't have to cut. Sounds like bullshit to me. Go on Roku. Roku getting their ass kicked too. And I was going to hold on to this JCI, but I might even cut that. I just don't know what next week is going to bring. I'm not super confident this stuff is going to hold up. Let's see. I don't know about the stock, but it's holding up. Semiconductors rate ADTTF. Yeah, I don't know that one either. Shit. I mean, we're continuing to drop at the moment. Roku now down at 130. I mean, everything is just fire sale. Netflix got a little recovery and then down. Disney, a little recovery and down. We need to go look. I need to go look at these. Go look at these SPY charts here. Wild. So you can see this first gap on SPY in here. There's a lot of gaps, but that's the first one. You can see why we might hesitate right there. Maybe get a little bounce. Maybe not. ADTTF up 115%. Netflix, there we go. ETTF. What is that? Adventest Corp. Yeah, I would not. This doesn't even trade. Literally doesn't trade. I mean, it might be pumping right now, but I don't know what this is. So this is not holding anything up. Yeah, it doesn't trade enough. Not even liquid. Okay, Netflix, 348.30. Bingo. Bingo, hells. Bingo. And Netflix continuing. 347.76. Damn. And I am up 170% on those Netflix puts. And no recovery yet. I mean, that literally, these puts on Netflix, Spy, and Disney have completely offset any of the hits or red that I've taken. So I'm good with it. We've got to, keep an eye on, like I said, this would be an area where we might get a bounce. We are entering a previous gap on SPY as well that I have from January, 16th? Gap up. Previous level of support, I have a line drawn 29.44-ish right there, and VIX is just on a tear. VXY on a tear. Where are we at on the tick? We got negative 572. Moderate. Baba 212, 50 puts. Nice. Did you have them before the alert, or did you just pick up the alert and follow? The Baba alert up 56% already. Hospitalities companies, watch out for, we know what this is going to say, virus outbreak in China. CCL, MAR, and they call out Disney in that. Picked them up right after the alert. Nice. That's awesome. Well done. Those were what, next week? Yeah, everything. You got them for 30 cents? Yeah, 102 by 109. Did you pick up the next week's? Because the alert was at 70 cents. Oh, you got this week's? Well, pretty sweet. DFAB. Yeah, the alerts was next week's 200s. Now Disney getting a little support here. See if Netflix does as well. As we saw, SPY entering, like potentially filling a gap here. Kind of the first gap up. Sorry, not the first, but the most recent. And tick, more selling coming in. Now 668 negative 783. Lowest tick of the day was down here over 1,000. 1037. Thanks for the follow, Red Sprite. Welcome. How about Roku? Any bounce on Roku yet? Yeah. Little bounce there. I don't know that this is over with yet. This is the first time that I've seen this in a while where it hasn't immediately gotten bought back up. Broke resistance. What did unwilling full? Minutes to execute Baba ran 390 to 480 TLT. Good plays the next few days. Yeah, I was just looking at that SPY chart I was looking at. I just drew one gap in, the first gap that I found. This is the 15-minute. We blew through that gap, both these gaps right here. This is the most recent gap that we haven't filled yet, which we are entering. Rid of some of this stuff here. So you can see that gap right in here that has not been filled. That is what we were entering right now. We throw up let's look at a 1 hour. Oh, there's more. I don't think we'll be down here, but there is another gap down there under 320. And there was this little gap, but that one filled. And there's this little gap down here, just to have these on the chart. Should we find ourselves in those areas? And I bet Pete is over there just crushing some futures right now. Be my guess. Netflix 347.24. I mean, you can pretty much bet that anything that you have long that expires, today is toast. Tick back at 1,000. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's just straight selling right now. Netflix continuing. 345. What is, I have not looked at. So Microsoft all the way down at 165.85 at the moment. Show Alta like 272.13. I looked at it a while ago and it's exactly the same spot where I looked at it. So companies like ATVI not really taking much of a hit. It's down like $1. So I would look for potentially Microsoft. It's done. They've put out good numbers and stuff. It's been pretty solid. So if this continues, I'll be looking for those discounts. All right. Now SPY getting a little bounce. I'm let's see. I'm gonna close out just a bit more of this SPY position, I think. What's up, patient? Yeah, man, this has been crazy. Crazy. Kind of fun. I mean, kind of fun for the positions that I picked up today that are, short. Not so much fun for some of the other stuff. But yeah. I mean, I'm up like 300% on my SPY 331s. Yeah. Incredible. Disney getting a bounce there. How about Netflix? A little. Netflix potentially on the 15-minute. You can see where that 200's at. Down here, you can see VWAP as well. The VWAP all the way up here, well below VWAP at the moment. Watching at the moment I'm gonna pull up because I am short Netflix. I'm pulling up Netflix to see. I heard Hells mention a Darkpool print in Netflix, and if that stuff starts coming in, all right, Netflix now getting a little bounce. Yeah, there was 104 million at 347.60. So down here, so a little support there. Sizable print. Now we don't know what that is. We don't know if that's somebody that's saying, okay, I like it down here. Or if that's somebody saying, oh, that was a good short. We don't know. But I am out. Sell some more of this Netflix. Just in case everything gets bought back up again. Lunch protection team. Yeah. Yep. There you go, Bobby. Yeah. I have done well on SPY puts today, that's for sure. How about Roku? 130. I picked up some Roku, which I've had them for obviously a little while now. Let's see. I got some Roku 130s that I'm sitting in, but I'm not ready to dump those, I don't think. Looks like everything kind of getting a little, yeah. Tick now flat. At the moment, UVXY, big pullback here. So, let's see where we go from here. Are we done? Or is this a rest before the next leg down? I don't know. We are going to find out in a second. Right? Did these be fucked? Yeah. That may just be a rest before this continues. We'll see. Disney now right at this 34 EMA. Oh, let's not stop now. Let's keep going. At least we have a direction. The analytics I run tonight are going to be interesting for sure. I've been running analytics nightly, running some reports against the Darkpool prints and things like that, see what I can find. For now, it looks like maybe we are not done selling off. This may go until lunchtime. Is over. Until lunchtime is over, sorry. Not finish that. This is getting crazy. We got on the tick, minus 750. I'm all over the place. $218. I mean, 318. Time to halt the market. Halt the SPY. Fuck that. Don't hold it. Get too many puts. Don't hold it. All right. That is the first higher low that we have made. And the first lower high on the UVXY. Not to say that we're not going to continue lower. But yeah. That is the first. And same thing with Netflix. That is the first higher low. High for now. I took my profit for now on Netflix. I'm going to wait and see if we continue. I'm still short Disney. I may be taking profit on SPY here as well. If it gets moving the other direction here, I will hop out relatively quickly. See what happens here. Boeing considering further cut to 787 production. This could be the end of it. This could also just be a rest. We'll see. And Netflix now getting a bounce. A decent bounce. And it looks like maybe so we're getting a little recovery here. I'm going to close out of a little more of these work puts. Still got time on them. Yep. But it's up about 70%. So closing out. Netflix now getting a pop. All right, this is looking very curious here. It did break back up above. You saw this lower low or higher low. And now some recovery coming in there. Now, 331s. Get out of them. Profit. Still think until we clear like about there, we're not quite out of the woods yet. But needs to be seen. Okay. Roku bounce 131.09. So yeah, it's kind of looking like all right for now. Maybe that excitement is over with and we're not going to continue. By literally not moving off 329.49. Not yet. So you have a 331 call and a 326.50 put. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to. I'm not gonna jump. Now I've gotten rid of quite a bit of these. Quite a bit of these puts. Still gonna hold a small position. I don't think we're out of the woods just yet. Disneyland in Shanghai, McDonald's in Wuhan is shut down temporarily amid virus outbreaks. Has anybody looked at McDonald's today? No, I haven't. Oh, yeah, thank you. You can just sit on that chair. Thanks. Yep, so McDonald's 212.20. And like I said, I'm not convinced yet. Yeah. All right. Now it is definitely has slowed down. Another alert come in. What was that? Oh, it's on the L. Stock alert. Bulls. Not affected. Netflix got a nice bounce, 351.44. That was fun. We do that again? That was a good time. And we're still still see this gap. We did fill the gap now. I mean, literally bounced off the bottom of it. So, after filling that gap, let's see where we go. Not a bad place for us to get that bounce, but again, maybe just a rest before that next leg down. We'll see. Yeah, I think you got there's a lot of people watching this right now going, okay, every time we get a dip, we buy it back up. This is the biggest dip we've seen in a while. And we kind of got to see what we're going to do with this. If it gets out of this, that would potentially be a sign that we're going back up, but I'm leaning towards Well, IT no longer halted. I don't know what that is, but whatever it was apparently halted. All right, there's a little pop now. I am all out for now of SPY puts. I've closed out of those until we see confirmation that there's more downside in store. But gosh, where everything's at right now looks like now this bounce on Netflix. I mean, coming right back into resistance. You got the 200 just above. There's a lot of buying coming in here on Netflix. Start trades. Market needed to pull back. Let's see. Market forgot to fucking dip for over an hour. Absolutely could have been the case, right? We shall see. Okay. Like I said, whatever, I will take it. See if this is a rest or if we're going to get continuation. Right now, it looks like it has bounced, kind of double bottom there. Made that higher low. And still low a day ticker, outpacing the stocks making new lows, still outpacing the stocks making new highs. So until that changes, we're selling coming in potentially. I know I heard she got in Netflix weekly calls on this cross through here, but I mean, it's at resistance right here. I don't know. It was a nice bounce. Now, does it get bought back up? I don't know. I don't know to the point that I'm not doing anything yet. It bounced right. You can see where it bounced here off this last move and off that 382 extension. I don't know that we're done. Although UBXY has, pulled back significantly. All right, guys. While we're paused here for just a second, I will be right back. Just a minute. All right, I'm back. Ready? Ready for the free fall again? Let's see. VIX dropping. So this will be very telling right here if we just get a big pop up. I mean, that may be it. Like I said, that gap, we filled that gap. So that, not surprising that we got to that gap. Not surprising that we took a rest there. Now that it's filled, be interesting to see where we go next. Let's see here. So let's see. Right now, gold up nicely. Silver up nicely. And alternative energy is still green. Pretty much everything else is red. Yeah, that might be it. Looking at a couple different indicators here. Another program. Well, definitely was not nearly as serious as the previous. So it, maybe at this point where the selling has slowed down. Just go over 49.05. And normally, yeah, Bobby, when we, we would, a lot of times we would see that sort of sell program and then we'd get another wave and another, but maybe they're just letting it cool off a little bit. I've got it right, like off this move right there at the 786 extension, a 1 minute chart. This would be the move we made. You can see 618 extension. Sorry, you can see it pulled back, touched that 786, came back, kind of double bottomed, and then made it through. Now at the 618. So now it's got to push through that 618. Netflix moving up 352.12. Netflix did get a nice bounce. It is coming into resistance. Watching that. We got the tick at 3 something. It's under 300. Yeah. Looks like off. Kind of watching. $400. Bobby, you still got that levels chart on ES? I know I do somewhere. That Pete gave us. And this is exactly why that out there. Buying the dip in Qualcomm. Yeah, but you don't have the new levels. I'm looking. I mean, I don't know that the newest levels aren't as important here if this continues. I'm seeing it looks like some of this stuff momentum here is turning positive. Lately. The XLE not looking good. UNG not looking good. That natural gas just got beat up. Nice, Jim. Nice job on Netflix. All right. Pick 350. Kang. Yeah, XLY got its ass kicked for sure. And XLK up. Green slightly. All right. Double top. Now, can we get any more momentum to the downside here? Down a lot. I'm just looking at the trading. XLU is green. XLK slightly green. And then gold, silver. Hey, Hells, did you hear me call out that we were approaching that gap on SPY? I don't know if you saw it. Did you see that on the 5-minute chart where we literally to the bottom of that gap and now just above the top of it? Oh, I don't know. That was a good place for us to bounce. We filled that gap. If we're going to continue, now we're back up over it. So, but we're definitely at some resistance. There was a double bottom support. So, go either way. Nice recovery in AbbVie. I've not looked at that one yet. I've been super focused here on SPY. I'll tell you, McDonald's hasn't really gotten a bounce. Obviously, their news shutting some stuff down, not great news. Yeah, AbbVie did get a nice bounce. Still, I mean, God, seeing it at 83.60 is a little disheartening. Microsoft got a bounce. McDonald's, no bounce. So, all right, now SPY. And this is a I think it's pretty key right here. That's going to kind of tell us like what's next, because we are hitting our head right there on that resistance. And I kind of want to short McDonald's, but what? Ooh, that's another one we should look at. So CAT, it's over 140, kind of surprising. AXP is still green, J&J green, Triple M green. This is why we wait. Because it's until we get some confirmation here. Right now, we're just kind of stuck. But this is kind of, dead cat bounce scenario ish. Bobby, you were asking about the fibs. You see those here on this is on a 15-minute chart. You see where I drew them, right? You can draw these. I mean, a lot of times if you draw them, I drew them from this high to this low. Okay, it looks like we got some more now. Maybe it failed there. And we're getting another sell program coming in. Moderate selling here, 7. It's about 720. Can sell it all. Sell it all. Yeah, SPY is crashing. Very possible. It's very possible that we're stuck. Now, we go back to where that gap was and we say, okay, if we're stuck, let's be stuck 328.71 to 329.50. Like, stay in there. And here we go again. Brought in a Neo, and then it started skyrocketing, and now it's down. Everything is down. I am going to pick up a small position, I think, in McDonald's puts, because everything else that saw a bounce, McDonald's did not really get a bounce. I mean, even Disney got a little bounce. Netflix got a little bounce. And Netflix, you know, I don't know that there's any real story as to what's going to, you know, make it drop lower. Same thing with Roku. Besides just, you know, Roku being ridiculously overpriced. He's had a couple of SPY sweep on the call side for Monday. Some 330 calls came in. Couple $100,000 worth. Oh man, we go give up low a day. I mean, it sucks when you're shorting stuff. It's like, especially SPY, right? I have all these longer term positions. I'm like, no. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but I'm in SPY puts. Go. And if it does get low enough, stuff gets low enough, I will find some stuff to pick up. And McDonald's keeps dropping. $7:00. McDonald's 211.79. 81. Long on TLT. Yeah. Do that. See what I am going to do. And this is YOLO. You know, definitely. Just in case this drop on McDonald's continues. McDonald's earnings next week too. Yeah. Apple leading the market a little bit here. I'm seeing Apple bounce before SPY does. Yeah. I'm watching McDonald's on this other screen, but if this is going to continue, if McDonald's is going to continue to drop, it's only down. Let's see, what is it down so far? $1.50. Microsoft getting a little bounce. Everything getting a little bounce. McDonald's. SPY did fail at the moment to go down and make a lower low. Is under the 34. McDonald's has failed to break and hold over the 34 EMA all day. Can it drop another $2? Because those 2 10s are 3 cents. 2 12.50s really don't carry much premium on them. It's 65 cents. 65 cents. When I YOLO stuff, I love if it's under a dime. And then it's like, if it pays off, great. If it doesn't, oh well. We still have 3 hours left, so possible. Is possible. And now it's getting a little pop. Or another bounce anyway to the 34. Pick up a couple small position. I'm going to wait. See if this rejects the 34. If it rejects the 34 again, then I will. Now it's popping above the 30. McDonald's. I'm interested in potentially playing it to the downside. It's not the earnings, Jim. It's more about, you know, the fact that they're obviously having to close down some locations and that sort of thing. I have no idea how much that impacts them, but I am going to give it a shot. Small position here. And McDonald's has been dropping since pretty much since the open. It got a little bounce and it's just been down. And now it's sitting right at the 34. I get in the 212.50s for 65 cents. Now right now it's flirting with the 34. But so far has been unable to really stay above it. There's been a couple candles that have closed above it on the 1 minute, but it's had a tough time with that 34. So there you go. I got in and I posted it in my mod room. Black box. The 212.50s on McDonald's. I've got my line drawn on my chart where there's resistance. And if we clear that resistance, I'll get out. I mean, those are a little more expensive, right? Not YOLO. So I'll be actually watching these. Still cheap, but just because there's really no premium on them. Not much. Keep in mind they are in the money, so you either have to close them out or they will get exercised. If it stays under 212.50. You're on the McDonald's put. Yeah, I mean it's already dropped a bit. It's kind of I've got here. You can see this is yet another kind of chart that I play with, but you can see the support right there. I bought when it rejected the 34 right here, so I'll be watching this support to get a breakthrough of support. And if we clear the 34 and hold above it, that would be my indication that, you know, we're probably done. That's what I'm looking at. I'm also watching the SPY kind of drift down here. At about minus 500 on the tick. And UVXY drifting up at the moment. So SPY now, or McDonald's right now sitting at that support. I'd really like to see it break that, obviously. We'll say that where it's at on the 15-minute chart is also be a tough spot for it to get through to the downside. I see support all the way down to about 210, like between here and 210, 210.91. That would be a key level. If we broke 210.91, you could see 210.30. Don't know that that'll happen, but possibility exists. A little bit. Slightly. $65.85 still on watch. All right, Roku, 130.81. Roku did get through. To me, Roku looks weak. Did get through back upside through the 34 and then drop back down through that 13 and the 34 EMA. You got the cross right here. Potentially some more downside. We'll see. Also sitting at, you know, what could be a little bit of support since there was resistance right here on the 1 minute. But look at this. From the 27th of November, yeah, they got down. I mean, Roku has just been moving down really after that bounce since the beginning of December. It's just been on a downtrend. So for those of you that I've talked to that are on here about looking at the longer term trends, longer term charts, like there's your trend line on Roku for the last couple of months. If it gets back up to that line, that's a, you know, high probability, low risk shot. Take another chance at it. All right, so Netflix is still kind of holding up, and Netflix isn't one of those that I expect to. Not really Amazon either, but damn. This breaks. Pretty key level here on the daily near some longer term support. Not too far, 1861-ish. Down at 1860, it gets real ugly. Lots of puts still coming in for what? Just across the board or any specific ticker? Now I got McDonald's now playing with this down trend on the 1 minute. See if it can hold under. I got a trend line drawn on the 1 minute chart. And I'm watching to see if it can hold under that. SPY QQQ. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jim. I mean, it's looking like more downside, but you definitely got to kind of be careful in this sort of environment. And we've, you know, made a decent sized drop already. That's not to say that there isn't a lot more in store, but you know, kind of feels like chasing, doesn't it? You wait for these pullbacks like we got on McDonald's. We got to pull back up to the 34. We got to bounce on a lot of stuff. And it's like, okay, now I can take a lower risk shot. And I'm in Amazon. If Amazon gets any momentum behind it, it's got some room. AMD doing. AMD, what do we got? 50, 21 on AMD. Is that right? AMD's down $1.50, huh? I do have a little bit of support here on AMD, potentially 50.13. Yeah, I'm in Amazon. And this is risky, and I'm not going to hold it very long. If it starts to recover, if Amazon gets under 1860, it could. That's another $5 from here, right? So I mean, it is so far below the 34. You would expect at some point that it comes back up and tests the 34 again. It might happen right here. Nice bounce on what? Heard? Oh, I don't know what. Oh, maybe she said nice play. A nice bounce? I don't know. Got a couple of ticks down here under 700. That one series here. And there was the... All right, SPY getting a bounce there. Tick indicator. Just barely negative, but not by much. Or Amazon. Gonna do? Gonna bounce here. I mean, this is an area where it could bounce for sure. So I'm playing it close. There's a little bounce. Let's see what it does at the 34. McDonald's a little bounce up to that trend line. That's the first candle above that trend line, now coming back into that area of resistance. That's there. That is the first candle since about 2 hours ago that has gotten above that. So tick slightly positive at the moment. Chinese travel restrictions now cover 16 cities. Headline out. That alert. That stock, LLIT, another halt. Been halted several times there. And Microsoft is down at 165.85. That Wabco is actually green today. Still had that chart up. AMD, nice bounce off support there. See what it does. This coronavirus. All right, Amazon. What you gonna do? I got SPY, a little bounce on SPY now. Also flirting with the 34 on the 1 minute. Donald's getting a little bounce too. Now some more downside coming in on Amazon. Yeah, I can't look at that right at the moment because I am in Amazon short. SPY short. Now I'm looking at SPY and 328.95. If it doesn't hold that, we're probably going to see another move. We might just ping pong back and forth here. Right around 329. See. Currently watching SPY. I'm watching Roku. My eyes off of BA and watching McDonald's. The BA also showing some weakness here in the chart. BA like looks like it's about to lose the floor. Wow. That BA looking like it's about ready to fall out of the sky like one of their airplanes. Shit, what the hell? APT still running? I bought a couple shares. I'm going to be honest. Like I bought a couple shares for them face masks. And I just put in a stop and like, okay. I'm playing other stuff. If it continues to run, great. Like a casino. I transferred money to my account and it popped right into my account. Nice. That BA is looking really weak. Falling apart. Wheels are falling off there. Come on, McDonald's. You need to fall apart too. See that garbage. Amazon. Come on. Buy. Come on, you can do it. Break low. Now the only thing I got that's really BA is now accelerating the downside. Already in that one. Hey, APT up what? Now it's at 6 something, 670. Okay, continuing. 313.58 on BA. Amazon now. Amazon and BA. Roku kind of holding up at the moment. SPY did take another drop. You are supposed to be making money, Jim. Are. I mean, McDonald's has not gotten out, if that's what you're playing, has not gotten through that resistance yet. It appears to be kind of consolidating in this range. Up on SPY. And I'm going to get out of half my Amazon puts. They're up about 50. Gonna hold some in case we get that break. We're at 1861. I mean, it breaks 1860. Out. Now McDonald's dropping a little bit. Watching that trend line on McDonald's, see if we get back underneath it or if it's going to use it as support. That was a nice drop. Nice drop on Roku. Nice drop on the SPY. SPY back. Now, if SPY holds here, that would be kind of double bottom. This gives way. Let's see another aggressive drop. Yeah, getting a little bounce. And we just broke it. We just broke low a day on SPY. And seeing some more. I know, right? Where's the plunge protection team? Whoa. Yeah, that was another decent size candle coming in. And low a day. 28.55. Pretty easy. And whereas the rest of the week, it's been obviously completely lopsided to tickers making new highs, we are complete opposite. 328.68. And the headline a few minutes ago, the Dow drops 141 points as coronavirus spreads. Bill Gates says he's happy to pay $20 billion in taxes, but Warren's plan will make him do a little math. It's all about. All right, little bounce on SPY. Boeing's 777X first flight about to take place. Come on, McDonald's, get under that trend line. You can do it. Give it up. Amazon. Out of. I knew this 1860 was going to be tough, which is where we're sitting at support. Right? Tough spot to break right here. So at this point, I'm going to shave off. I'm watching it real close. If we get another green candle that comes in, I'll probably just, and there we got a break. Come on. $1860.71 broke. We get under 1860. It's close. Popped right back up. This 1860 is going to be a bear. Buy, getting a little bounce. There's a bigger bounce on Amazon. So I'm going to shave one more of these contracts here. Something about CDC set to confirm third U.S. coronavirus case. All right, let's see if we're going to get this 1860 break. Donald's sitting right at that trend line, does not want to give it up. So may just kind of bounce back and forth between those two levels and kill premium. Just got a headline. Let's see. It looks like it has to do with Disney's theme park. Uh-oh, Amazon. McDonald's in Wuhan to shut temporarily. Yeah, we already know that. Oh, there's an update. I'm not going to read this whole thing. There was a bounce on SPY. Definitely slowing down. McDonald's bounce well. Baba. Amazon now flirting with the 9 EMA right there. Just got some alert. What was that for? Repeater bearish in Baba. Next week's 190s. Puts coming, more puts coming into Baba. And let's see, BA still looking weak. Amazon looks like it's, well, kind of expected that 1860 being a difficult spot to get through the downside. Not surprising. Let's see what it does with the 34. It goes to test that. SPY getting a bounce. We probably got some bounces coming in. SPY broke low day. Yes, it did. Am seeing quite a few little bounces here. SPY approaching the 34 again. We got Amazon coming up on the 34. You can see this support that has held on Amazon. Kind of what I'm watching. I'm out of the majority of this, but if we do get this break below, Amazon could then see a bigger push to the downside here. Next support, major support area, 1856.90. Yeah, it was barely. Still seeing Boeing hasn't even made it back up to test the 34 yet in a while. So, little bounce there. On Amazon now, the tick back below 500. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. And now, so a little bounce on SPY, and now dropping again. Let's see. Where's Disney? 139. 139.59 on Disney. Come on. Let that floor fall. Everything looks interesting. Mario said, Tesla looks interesting for a short right here. Like everything looks interesting for a short right here. Like you have the coronavirus. There it goes. There it goes. $50. Roku still kind of holding up a little bit, but SPY low a day. Amazon still looking weak. Everybody's still waiting for him to come in and buy it all back up. There is NASDAQ 83.93 down. So still looking for that 65.85 overshoot. What's Tesla doing? I haven't even looked at Tesla, but I am kind of curious. Buy low a day. At Amazon, under 1860, 1859. See if it's going to hold under 1860 now. Market chatter, Singapore Airlines. Let's say we just hit that 85 overshoot. I think I remember the last time we hit the 85 overshoot, we closed damn near even or green. It was crazy. Not to say that's going to happen. That was an anomaly. Everything's still looking weak to me. Nothing yet showing me that done. I mean, every long position that I had expiring this week is destroyed. But at least these puts on Amazon and SPY have made up for it. Roku just not giving it up. I mean, this 130 on Roku, I got a couple puts on Roku. Ooh, and there's a drop on Roku. Finally. SPY gets a little bounce, and then Roku gets this big candle down. Meanwhile, Amazon gets a bounce to 1860. I don't know. I mean, it just these little bounces that we get just don't feel like there's conviction to them. Obviously, I mean, it just keeps moving lower. Just shade a little more Amazon. That was what, 270 to $5. BA low a day. McDonald's may not see that drop because of their ER, being so close. I really thought that it would participate, but so far it's just kind of flat. And it's made a couple of attempts to move lower. It just has been unable to break down so far. By getting a little bounce here, going back up to test the 34 again. Could be. Little bounce on SPY, little bounce on Amazon. I mean, that is little for Amazon. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, Rosen. There's a bigger candle up on Boeing. Bigger candle up on Amazon. What do we have going on with the tick? Just slightly positive. So Amazon now at the 34. And let's see what it's going to do with it. Just heard a headline, 2 suspected coronavirus cases in Minnesota. Come on, keep bringing these headlines. Pull this market off. I'm seeing that upside volume here in Amazon, but again, rejecting the 34. Let's see. That Roku just refuses. I mean, it's working its way down, but every time it gets these big long wicks to the downside, it gets pushed back up. All right, another drop on SPY. 28.44 is currently low a day, and it's only 4 cents above that. It rejected the 34. And not just a little bit, like as soon as it got near it, it dropped again. Now we're getting a little drop on McDonald's. There we go. Okay, McDonald's just broke below that trend line that was supporting it. So, and now we're getting Roku finally broke under 130, 129 and change, and then pop back up. And I am up, Jesus, 280% on SPY puts. Little bounce there on SPY. It was a nice drop on Roku. And SMAR, SMAR, Smart Sheet, now, I know it's likely going to stay in these. Those are out till March, I suppose. Go Amazon. Don't stop now. Disney low a day and tick under 1,000. I saw that flash. I got it about 650 now. I got Amazon 1858. The next area here on the daily chart for Amazon, you could see maybe like 1853. You could see some support. There's been a little bit of support, 1854-ish. We're watching that. And McDonald's low a day. McDonald's and Disney, both low a day. So that GCI, I was going to hold that. I mean, we're still up. It's about even. I'm going to get out of half of that just in case this downside continues here. I have no idea what we're going to do this afternoon or how Monday is going to open or anything like that. So I got out. I actually got out green, 94 cents, 91. Okay, here we go again. Tick, negative, over 1,000. More selling coming in. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. SPY is really selling off. So, all right, now a few bounces. Couple bounces there. When you're up about, you should be up about 15% on those McDonald's puts, depending on what size account you have, where you got in. Don't stay in it just because I'm still in it. Bounce on Roku. I see a bounce on SPY. Bounce on McDonald's. No bounce on BA yet. Where is BA? Where are we at? 313. Let's give all. Nah. See where we were in December. Hold on just a second because I'm still in a few positions here. I'm seeing. If SPY to the 34. This has rejected the 34 every time so far. Out of everything that's getting a bounce right now, BA looking the weakest. It's not really bouncing. And AMD 5008. AMD also under the 34 and has been unable to get above that. Let's see. SPY. No, in December, we topped out at 323.84. Was the top in December. So before we wipe out the game, actually, it was December. 323.84 was the high. There's Pete. ABC tweet 1 hour ago of hospital being built in China is very concerning. Why is it concerning? Because they're going to start isolating a continuing moment. This could be the effect of people making market orders instead of, well, yeah, it's just retail. You know, I think it's a little more than that. This isn't just people, you know, executing market orders for the most part. I mean, that's what drives the price down, right? But another update to the whole Disney, McDonald's shit and shutting down stores. BA is looking very, very weak. Very weak. Still about minus 200 on the tick. So that was at, remember I was talking about, like, a lot of times when we see this, we see like, okay, they let it breathe, they let it rest, and then we get, you know, another one of these, you know, big sell programs that come in and drop it a little further. You know, so I am seeing some bounces. Roku bouncing a little bit. You know, McDonald's bouncing a little bit. It did break that lower support level and is at the 34. So for me, it still looks like, you know, we see more. UVXY really hasn't given up the 34 on this path up yet. BA now 313.20. Still dropping. Well, it is going to be interesting. We'll see what the MOC looks like, the early MOC, and then I go from there. Since I started doing this like nightly analysis on dark pool and flow data and stuff, now I'm like, I can't wait to see what it looks like. I'm excited. I think it'll be very interesting. Got Roku at the 34. For now, I'm not. It's like I'm not convinced that. Still not convinced that this is done. But now UVXY did give up the 34 for the first time. So I'm going to close out of the SPY puts. I'm still holding some of the other stuff. That was, that worked out really well. I don't think it's done. And I may get back in. For now, for the moment. Market chatter. Boeing reportedly seeking $10 billion loan at older debt price. Yeah, I don't think that's new. Right? Because they were taking out a loan to pay their dividend, if I remember right. VXY bouncing again. Yeah, it is. It just barely broke below the 34. But those, I have SPY puts in other accounts, but those SPY puts that I just sold were in the smaller account that I have. I'm really trying to just build that up slowly. So McDonald's now up 34%. If you followed that, should be nice and green. Don't forget, take profit. If you start to see a bounce, it has broken back below that trend line on the 1 minute. If it continues to use that trend line as overhead resistance, you can sit in it. Big sell program. Thank you, Bobby. Got 328.11 on SPY. Easy create. It just keeps drifting down. Look at the tick kickstart. That will tell you. Most platforms, including like on E-Trade, I've got it. In TradeStation, I've got it. Even TradingView here. I use tick.us in TradingView. And that last, when you see these, so the tick is basically just above or below the zero line. When you see a tick below the zero line, negative 1,000, that's a pretty big sell program. And that's when you see red coming in across the board. Thanks for the follow, Brain X. Welcome. The tick is good. Watch the tick. When you start seeing all that you start seeing drops on stuff, it's like, okay, look at the tick. See what it's doing. Let's see, Jim, do you have that? Did you draw that trend line? Because you followed McDonald's, right? If you did, I just want to make sure you have that trend line on the 1 minute. I mean, that's what it's up against right now. And I also have that overhead resistance at about 211.74-ish. Ideally, this thing would stay below 211.73. Oh, you're not in McDonald's. Somebody followed McDonald's. I can't remember who. Oh, you got stopped out? I did not. You're in Baba and Disney. Okay. So did you follow the same Disney, Jim, next week? Or the ones out to March, rather? Those should be looking pretty good. And Roku testing low a day right here. And it just, let's see, just broke it. And got a little bounce. SPY, maybe. Double bottom here. Maybe. 328 and change. Yes, $27 from even, which is amazing from what I was down. Yep. and you're very often down right when you get in a position. So I got, it looks like at the moment, a little double top on UVXY, little double bottom on SPY. So let's see where we go from here. But this last tick now starting to move up. Some of these things like Roku, I'll be trimming. BA still looks like shit. So right now I'm still in BA puts. Jim, it can't be anybody else's fault because you hit the trigger button. Oh. All right, now McDonald's getting a little pop there. UVXY getting another pullback. So it does look a little double top-ish. Tick's still not over the 0 line, but maybe SPY double bottom. Maybe UVXY double top. Maybe it's just a rest before more downside continues. And now BA 313 about to give up 313 again. 312.97, so low a day there on BA. Yeah, Disney should be up. You should be up about 30% on Disney. And IXIC, NASDAQ Composite Index, down 95 points. Just quite a bit. All right, now Disney getting a little bounce here. It's at 139.50. I am going to get out of these, the majority of them. They are nice and green. I'll hold a couple. Because I think they will continue to see the pain from this if this outbreak continues. Now, of course, we could wake up on, Monday morning and they say, oh, we got it taken care of. Doubt it, but that was the first tick in a while that was actually slightly positive, but very, very slightly. BA 312.84 low day. And BA continuing to see some downside. So Amazon back up to the 34. I feel like do I do it again? I mean, I've already shorted it 4 times and it's worked out 4 times. Been adding, removing. And I'm still, You got BA support at 312. Thank you. Roku, give up that 130, Roku. Low a day on Roku, I have at 129.88. That 130, it's been has been tough. The McDonald's did break above previous, so there was some support I had right at 211.76, and it fell below that and popped back up. Pretty damn tempted to try to do Amazon again because it has not broken the 34 to the upside yet. It's been unable to. Every time it gets there, makes an attempt, fails. But I am up about 100% on now 110% on this last Amazon. That just jumped to 850. Ow. Gave up 1855 support just a second ago. Back below that 9 EMA. Time is it? 12:10. We still got 2 hours. So is this shit going to continue for 2 hours? Are we going to keep falling for 2 hours? I doubt it. But hey. What did we have on the MOC numbers yet? Sell side better across defensive pockets. Cool. Pete is going to post his weekly SPX chart, which I love in these scenarios. Because he gets these, he times these bounces. Really, really good at that. Drop on McDonald's. Here you go. That is a busy chart, Pete. Here, let me see if I can be able to hear this. I have to fix that. But he was talking about basically 324 as a target, which would be insanity. %130%, 40%. Now those things are moving. Damn. These Amazon puts I bought at 418 and they're at $9. My cost basis average at 14. BA bounce a little bit, 313. SPY low a day, 327. So now under 328. McDonald's now broke that trend line again to the downside. Amazon continuing. And there goes Roku, 129.65. Jeez. All right, SPY, little bounce there. Man, and I can't get up right now because I'm in like puts in 5 different tickers, but starving. I'm not getting out at this point. I have been trimming some some stuff off just a little bit at a time. This last round of SPY puts, the 330s. Sorry, and you know, we got 35 people watching. I mean, I saw a couple people drop off. I'm not, you know, maybe not hanging out talking as much as I usually do, but this is time to work. We've got the tick negative 800 moment. SPY low a day. Amazon low a day 1852.62. And those just hit 160%. So a couple of those long positions just got absolutely destroyed. Be expected. But yeah. Buy puts, Amazon puts, Roku puts, BA puts. Get it back for you. Amazon 1851.16. 1850 breaks. Whew. China has 903 confirmed coronavirus cases. 26 dead. Holy shit. And that is getting serious. Serious. Scary. And it's spreading. I mean, those two in Minnesota, it's like, we got to Minnesota and Tennessee and Middle America. Starting to see some cases of it. France declares its first confirmed case of coronavirus. So now France added to that list. No joke. I mean, it makes me want to go out. I'm going to go out to like the 29th and look at something SPY just in case. And that will be more of like an insurance policy. Something out of the money. I'm going to pick up a couple. I'll go 320. Pete's talking about 324 in a potential line. That's what I'm worried about, Dennett. And I just, I want to make sure I'm protected in these long positions. I'm going to hedge with a couple of SPY. I mean, this is the biggest, pullback, and it may just be a pullback. Like, I'm not going to be afraid of it, but I'm going to use an options contract for its purpose. And I'm going to buy a couple 324s, I think. Those are $1.60. Just in case. I got a couple 324s for the 31st. Don't know what's going to happen. They could go to zero, and that would be fine. It would mean my other positions go back up. I'm okay with that. But just in case this continues, because right now it is Roku now 129.40. That's the first time I've been over, I think ever, over 200% on anything in Amazon. Not ever, but maybe, I don't know. A while. Yes, it is. Amazon is pushing for 1850. I mean, it's already down $35 today. Roku down $4.50. Boeing down about $5. SPY down $4. That was a $2 candle on Amazon. $2. It just dropped. Next support on Amazon that King has is 1845. You got Roku 129.50. And now SPY 327.64. So lower down SPY. Lower down Amazon. VA close to lower day. And UVXY is popping. Jeez. What month and price? I bought next week, Jim, and it just for protection. This is not like the SPY puts that I have for this week. I'm not gonna stay in the, obviously. But I bought 324s for January 31st. And I paid trying to find them. Figure out which account I put those. January 31st, I paid $1.62 for those. And they're already nicely green, which I wasn't really expecting them to go green so fast, but sure did. So and it's really just like if this continues today and then we gap down on Monday, Roku 129. Golly. Roku 129.05. And Roku and BA continuing to just crash. About time on Roku. I've been waiting for that sucker. Tell ya. Multiple times where I've been like, when is Roku gonna finally drop? Apparently today. Got an alert. What was that? TC. A312. Roku now under 129. And now a couple bounces. Couple bounces coming in. VXY still just way up there. Disney's about 20%. Like a pretty sizable bounce on Amazon. Watching. We got the tick at 240. I mean, we're gonna get these bounces, right? Amazon bounced over 1850 and then back down below 1848. And I got BA at 312.62. 50% on Baba. I mean, all of these puts are just incredible. Make me one, please. I'll buy the dip. Back over 1850 on Amazon. I'm going to sell one more of these Amazons. I had a couple, and that was crazy. But I do see now UVXY, because it's so far up above the 34, right? Now we got to let it cool off a little bit. It comes back. So that was $4 to $11.55 on that contract on him. Seeing some bounces coming in. Roku got a decent sized bounce. BA decent sized bounce, but you'll see that you get those big, big drops down. You're going to see some bounces too. Can't just go straight down. I mean, it can, but won't. I am out of about a third of my Roku. You're done for the day. Nice. Yeah, Baba was nice. Got some Baba. Played some Spy. A whole bunch of Amazon. And at this point, I wouldn't go back to into those same Amazon contracts. They're $12. That was awesome. Awesome. Would say. Amazon now at, where are we? 1850. And I still have an 1862.50. Now 1275. Ridiculous. That was a little bounce on Spy. Was on 1848.67, and there we go, another sell program under 700. Where are we at on our McDonald's? Still, like. Any different, I need to validate. Next week. Good. Hey, McDonald's, you're up 50%. I mean, got out, done for the day. I got out when, see the first discharge coronavirus patient. I didn't see that. Well, good. All right, now Amazon Getting a bounce, coming up to the 34. I'm seeing some bounces come in, and the tick just went positive. See. I don't think I saw the one that was discharged, Bobby. But that would be good news, right? It's like, okay, we can, treat this. We can take care of it. I don't know. Goku getting a bounce. I'm going to get out of some of this McDonald's. Only because I called those out in my mod room, and I want people to take profit. I don't have to babysit it. Amazon coming up to the 34 here and looking like it may now pop above that 34. See, definitely getting a bounce. Which, I mean, hell, it's down now. Yeah, 31.50. So not surprising. Oh, thanks, Bobby. So the first one cured. Did it say how they treated him? Who cured it? I'm all out of Amazon. I'm all out of Amazon for now. Did they say like how it was treated, and do we have any names? Any tickers that are pharmaceuticals that were involved in that by chance? Oh, sure. Yeah. So. Oh, that was a big pop on VA. Candle to the other. Crimson BA. Yeah, I'm not in Amazon. But I wrote that down. I'm closing things out. Or at least trimming a lot of these in case this does not continue. Yeah, so that McDonald's was up 50%. Now it's only up 18 on that. Oh, I didn't call that one out. The only one I called out was Disney. So these are weeklies. So those aren't. Let's see what we're going to get next. Someone who posted it. Oh, okay. Word. Yeah. Now, SPY is threatening, UVXY threatening with potentially saying, okay, enough's enough, but we'll see. Buy volume came in on SPY there. Amazon popped just above the 34. Now at 1854.08. So, and that's what Amazon can do, right? That was a $4 bounce. Now I'm seeing some red candles forming again. And even space taking a hit, 1701 in SPCE. Not, definitely not a big hit. I'm just paying attention here to see if it looks like the downside is going to continue. Then I'll get back in. But a lot of stuff green, so Minute Media, yeah, we already know about. Amazon just above the 34. Roku at the 34. SPY looks like it's rejecting again. Yeah, set it to the chart style. I have the chart style, you can see set to baseline. And then you can change the colors. All right. Another leg down on SPY. Another pop on UVXY. It's like happening again here. I got to close some trade windows. I got too many open. Amazon's still getting a little pop. Zero hedge. The big Senate sleep. Please, God, hurl a lightning bolt at the podium. All right, what are we going to do? Some more selling coming in a little bit. A tick hit 600 again. Or what was that? 7? A little over 6. And then we'll bounce. And BA currently rejecting the 34. And is now falling again, along with Amazon. So Amazon now rejecting, falling back through that 34. Let's see. I do see those cloud indicator. Ooh, what was that? Do you see that pop on BA? That was a big pop. What's up with BA? Damn. BA is taking the fuck off. That was insane. Don't know what's up with BA. Okay. That could be the sign. Let's see. Something potentially recycled news, but BA is the only one participating so far. Roku is above the 34. Something to do with the test flight? Potentially. Max now might come back sooner. Okay. All right. That's BA. That is, God, BA just. And, but Roku getting a pop. Amazon getting a pop. Yeah. So I'm also going to short positions that I'm getting out of. That, come on, really? They're saying that the government approval, yeah, could come before mid-year. Gives a fuck. Doesn't seem like enough to me. Move it. But one headline. And Roku apparently thinks they're part of that fun because Roku popping as well. But that could be an algo candle. In fact, it very likely is an algo candle on BA. But SPY looking a little better now. UVXY looking a little weaker. Again, you know, maybe temporary. That candle on BA looked like an algo candle. Yes, Teresa, we know what the news was on BA. Not to say that it won't continue, it just, and when they pop it like that on a headline, the FAA is telling airlines, apparently the FAA is telling airlines, oh, well, that's better, right? It's better than them going back and forth with the FAA, you know, tweeting, oh, we're coming back. And the FAA is like, no, you're not. That's what you think. Roku getting a pop. So BA 317 from 330. I mean, that was like a $4 or $5 pop. Welcome to Algo Land. $316.95. Big candle. But in this market, I would not be buying that kind of shit. Because now, I don't know. We'll see. It has not been favoring, market has not been favoring long positions. So they want to go out and buy up BA for a few minutes. UVXY going to slap BA back down. And maybe ADPT hitting the high a day ticker. Along with Ring. RING. Yeah, I would not be going long on BA right here. Sure, some people will. There's no doubt in my mind that some people will. Fake out on a lot of tickers. Not BA yet. BA is still going up, but a lot of other stuff now coming back down. Kang's in 320 calls on BA for this week. Because I won't do it doesn't mean he shouldn't. And right now, yeah, we'll see. Amazon getting a little pop here. Nice quick scalp on BA. Yeah. 80 cents already. Well, maybe you get like a 315 put and a 322 call, and give it a few minutes to see what direction it's going to go. They're both pretty cheap. 22 calls are 15 or 322.50s are 30 cents. I think this is going to continue. Play both sides. Wait and see what direction it goes. That McDonald's drop. And Roku dropping again. Back to BA is popping. So there could be some shorts covering BA, maybe. Yeah, that's awesome. BA popping. Watching. Now Roku moving up, Amazon moving up. So is BA going to take the market up? They're buying this week's 320s, like sweeping the shit out of them, I guess, on BA. Donald's still dropping. Just watched 320 calls at 40 cents, another 170. Nice. I straddling BA right now. SPY still weak. I don't know. I don't trust these pops. BA different, news driven. Really seeing strength in SPY. Roku's trying. Okay. I'm gonna. McDonald's dropping. Go McDonald's. It took a while for McDonald's to play out, but it did play out. Now UVXY getting a pop. So the BA come back down yet? Yeah. Now Roku back to the downside. And let's see if the fun for those in BA is going to continue. Not. Looks like BA is still looking all right. That may continue for BA. Now, some more of this week's SPY puts. I got the 329s. I got a couple. Got that 328.03 on SPY that I'm watching for resistance. Sell a couple of these. I did exactly what I said on the straddle on BA. We'll ride the calls up as long as I can. And then if it looks like it turns around, goes back the other direction, I will sell them and hold the calls. I can write them back down. Up on Amazon. By getting a little bit of action. Big pop on Amazon. All right, now we're getting, I'm seeing some pops coming across the board. Maybe a bounce, maybe not. Is that all it takes? Is a little BA action and the market goes bananas? That would be interesting. Okay, for now, I'm out of SPY puts. I am out of, well, pretty much everything that was a put. Because it looks like we're seeing some buying coming in. Let's see. I mean, it's still moderate, right? Like the tick's not really, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's believable. What's going on? It may just be temporary. I don't know if I'm buying it. Although UVXY has kind of turned over. Max approval. Yep, we saw that. Right. This pop. I mean, Amazon, nice pop on Amazon, nice pop on Roku, and not really anything on McDonald's yet. Is coronavirus completely gone? So we got 265 here, 270 on the tick. SPY can get through this. SPY looks like it is now turtling. So anything SPY, even including the ones, well, the ones I bought for next week, I may hold just a little bit of that. Just because I don't know if these fears are over. It seems like we got a little excitement going moment, but it may be short-lived. I think they're going to come right back down. Like, so if you had anything that popped green that you had bullish positions in, might take that opportunity. Zero Hedge says, will you ever fly in a 737 MAX again? But just because they saying maybe there's a chance. Yeah, I don't know. Now BA looking better than just about anything else. Anything else? Meh. We are getting a few pops coming in. Maybe a fake out bull trap. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, now SPY is getting a pop. Dang. And let's see. SPY coming up into some resistance here. UVXY did. And a turnover. Pull back a little bit. See, lived. Yeah, BA took off. It took off. I mean, SPY got a nice pop there. Really nice pop on SPY, but what is happening today? I don't know if it's not sure I'm convinced. Although we went over 700 to the upside. We're pretty close to it on the tick. Right there. VIX dropping. You know, UVXY dropping. I don't know. For the most part, I am a lot of stuff here. And that APT just executed on my stop loss at $6.50. Perfect. Cool with that. Now Roku pulling back. That BA is at 324. Damn. Those, I'm gonna get out. I think of these SPY. I've got 330s for today. I'm just gonna get out. I mean, like I said, I don't trust this, but these are weeklies, so I'm out of them. And that was nice. And SPY is now popping. Another buy BTFD, right? Name of the game. Gonna win. BA is cranking 325. Let's go with, they're even juiced on the 330s on BA. It's cranking. Look at SPY. Just cranking. Yeah, I mean, I'm at everything short. So that was fun. I'm also out of Disney. Keep one. I'll keep one. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I'm just, when you see these pops coming in, I still don't trust it. I just am not going to sit here and, let these evaporate. So I'll just give it some time. All right, so there's a little bounce there on McDonald's. Make sure we close those. I'm not like the Disney I was going to swing. McDonald's I was not planning on swinging. Those are the 2 12.50 puts for this week. $1.06. 2.16. Go BA. Yep, everything kind of here. Big pop on SPY. Pop on SPY. Cranking. Yeah. Well, I know it's been 2 hours of red and then 10 minutes of green, but you know, when it's doing that, I'm not going to sit in puts. We're seeing, you know, we got a buy program now, 700, had a tick over 800. I'm not interested in all those put positions that I was in were green. I left some on the table for sure with BA because I was in puts on that pop, but I had sold off some of them, thankfully. And we might come right back down, right? But I don't need to ride it. I mean, UVXY hasn't even made it to VWAP yet. So when it does, we'll see what it does there. SPY 200 MA on the 1 minute. Thank you. All right, now SPY some red. Okay, is that it? Now are we ready to go back down? This is insanity. Insanity. Kind of fun, but here to place any bets on what gets sold off first if this thing starts dropping again. Is it BA? On that news, I don't know. Maybe Amazon. Amazon or Roku. Because those were big pops on both. I mean, Amazon just went up from the low at 1847, popped to 1862. That was like $18 pop. When it's like, okay, turn around. I got Disney going back up a little bit here. It was under 140 and now it's above. I don't even think I'm going to swing that. And I still think that gloomy, you know, there's still that concern out there. I think day and be done and just hang out. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, right? When if you're green. Oh, pink, slightly red. We got 150 million to buy on the MOC. That's nothing. It's an insignificant number, to be honest. Yeah, honestly, you know, at this point, I'm like, it's been fun, but done the day. I mean, that was crazy. Yeah, in fact, I'm just going to get out of Disney. I'm out. Even though I think there still could be downside in Disney tomorrow, but that's okay. I'm out at 151. Yeah, I mean, everything kind of now. Okay. Go take a peek at SPY real quick. Turned it around in a hurry, didn't it? We're still down $3. I mean, it's still down 292 on the day, right? Playing the MOC. Market on close. Market on close is the MOC. EA just wanted to revisit the market open price and then come back down. That would be okay. Market on close is, so when you have like the ETFs and the funds and things like that. Hold on. I'm watching SPY here to see if that little pop of excitement is all that it's going to get. And if we're going to turn around, yeah, let's see what happens here. Oh, it's all good. I just, you know, it's like, okay, I got to glance at a couple things here and see, because if this pop, if that was just a quick pop and drop, you know, I might be looking to ride. I am still going to hold those SPY calls for now that are, or those SPY puts that are out next week. I'm still going to hold those for now. But anyway, the MOC is just market on close, so that the funds and stuff that put their orders in and say, okay, we're going to rebalance or whatever, like we want to pick up this, the bigger orders, those go through typically as market on close orders. And it just shows you the imbalance to the buy side or the sell side. Doesn't mean a whole lot besides, you know, maybe as an indication as to whether or not they're willing to leave risk on the table, or if they're, you know, risk averse. That's all. Sometimes it's a really big number, and then it's like, okay, like they're buying stuff up. Like sometimes we'll see it $2.5 billion to either side. So 125 million. Now it will change. That MOC number will change as we get closer to the close. So highly unlikely that the number that we have will not be the numbers that we end up with. So. And then what am I looking for with StockBot? Yeah, I can show you that, Jim. Really, it's just, I like to look at the float, so I know how many shares are out there. I mean, on the bigger tickers, you know, it doesn't really matter so much. But when you're looking at, you know, some of the smaller names and you're, you know, scalping stuff, it's good to know what the float is, because that can affect how fast it can move. So I go look at what's the float, and try to get an idea of what the short interest looks like how many people are stuck in this thing short, because that will also determine or can have an impact on how quickly that ticker moves. So if you got a whole bunch of shorts that are stuck in something, and they get good news, and it's a low float, that's when you get those like crazy short squeezes that just rocket. It's just, I just try to kind of let me get an idea where things are at, and how this ticker can move if the volume comes into it. That's the stuff that I want to know. That's where the squeeze comes into play. Yep. When you've got a lower float or a lot of interest in the stock, plus a high percentage is short, the float is short, and they get good news, they got to come in and start, you get people that are buying it because it's good news and they want to get in it and they want to own it or whatever. And then you got people that are short that are covering on that good news. And that's what can create those situations where you get these ridiculous runs, kind of like Tesla. Tesla was just a massive squeeze. Well, I mean, among other stuff, obviously. A lot of fans that just want to own Tesla. But yeah, so you combine that stuff, and that's what can create those crazy moves. McDonald's still, we're getting these pops and some other stuff. Now SPY is starting to look weak again. UVXY looking to the upside. It's testing the 34. It didn't even make it to VWAP. So, whether or not this continues remains to be seen. All right, there's a little pop on SPY. Did finally get that bounce there on some stuff. $200 MA holding down SPY. Thank you. I just changed that chart. That was the chart I had all the tickers on. Facebook, Apple. Okay, so there's your back over the 200. That's what you were looking at, back over the 200. McDonald's continuing to decline. Other stuff popping. McDonald's is continuing to drop. Guess we should have stayed in McDonald's short because it is still looking like shit. Amazon 1861. All right, UVXY continuing to fall here. It is Friday afternoon, so sometimes we get the volume seems to get out early. But we are getting a nice pop on SPY. Sign market going back up. All right. What do we think? How high are we going to go? I'm tempted. I mean, that BA announcement, and they're talking about it in Discord, and I said the same thing. Like, that BA announcement is enough to pop this market. Apparently that's all it takes. A little excitement into BA, potentially with a good test flight, and we're seeing stuff go up. All right. You say we hit 330 by 14 minutes after the close? You buy some 330s, I mean, they're 7 cents. LT 52-week highs. And I'll tell you guys what I'm going to do, because I haven't gotten up from my chair in this crazy market. I'm going to get up, walk away for a minute. That was crazy. Crazy couple hours there. Now BA giving some back. McDonald's get that little bounce. Get the tick flat. UVXY under the 34, approaching VWAP. SPY moving up. Yeah, I need to. 35 cents. Yes, 35 each side. 35 cents a contract, no ticket charge. E-trade deal for Black Box members. And now BA pulling back. I don't know. I'm just wondering if we're going to, like... No, I know. Well, unwilling full days like this, kind of have to. You don't have to, I guess, but, you know, if you sit here every day waiting for opportunity, and then you get that opportunity, it's like, all right, I'm going to stay here as long as it continues. Macrons, you are welcome. How'd you do on Amazon? Microsoft getting a bounce? Good. I'm not ready to, I don't know. I'm having a hard time buying this, right? Like, oh, BA, good news. BA pops. Market starts to pop. We get a buy program that comes in. We were dropping for a couple hours there, and, you know, maybe it was just a rest. Whatever. But we have this crazy coronavirus thing going on that's dropping all these stocks. We get one, like, piece of news on BA, and the whole market goes crazy. Who knows? It could be. Well, but unwilling full. The drops that we were seeing were not just in tech. It was like, you know, across the board, did not look good. And what I'm seeing now is a far different looking scenario. mean, SPY has broken through. I've got a few indicators that TradeStation provides that, you know, SPY is breaking through these indicators that it hasn't done all day. So utilities up for 13 weeks and 5 days. Nice. Look at this pop on McDonald's. SPY continuing the moment to march upward. Now, the next line that SPY has to get through here, actually, it just crossed. The next up, 329.69-ish is up here. This continues. That would be crazy. Not any crazier than anything else, but crazy. Like I said, we're too late in the day, I think, at this point, but there have been days that we've seen, you know, 90 points down and we close fucking flat or green. You're like, what in the hell? How did that just happen? It does happen. You wish you knew how long was long enough to hold a position that is underperforming. Well, it goes back to the chart, right? I mean, hopefully before you get into a position, you determine, where am I getting in? Where am I getting out? How do I know the trade is working? How do I know the trade is broken? That sort of thing. All right. Now, maybe back to reality. I don't know. UVXY getting a little pop. You have Net and Crisp. Well, Crisp, I think, is a little speculative, but then again, I don't know a whole lot about what they're doing. So, you know, that one I can't help too much with. Amazon hugging the 34 EMA on the 1 minute. Roku crossing over to the downside, potentially. Well, Samson, the good news. Well, yeah, right? No, true. Just like, who would want to go to a theme park or, you know, whatever right now? What a day. What a Friday. Roku took a little dip. Now flirting with going back up. Amazon bouncing off the 34 at the moment. And Amazon, I show the 200 all the way up at 1872. And we're at 1862. So about $10 to go if this continues, just for Amazon to get back to the 200 on the 1 minute. We got about 30 minutes left. So I don't, you know, is there going to be enough gas in the tank in any of these really push? End of the day on a Friday? Probably not. Oh, that's okay. No worries. So Roku looking weak again. But could flatten out. McDonald's got that pop. SPY looking a little weak now, but UVXY coming up on the 34. So would say no clear. That might be the end of it. We might just kind of see. We shall see. It was definitely crazy, Nathan. I mean, Amazon was down like $40 at one point, and it got like a $15 pop. And it's now $23 down. It has been wild. It's been a wild ride today. But it was fun. I mean, that riding it down all day was kind of fun. Now that, you know, I'm out of the majority of those put positions, it's like, okay, let's get a pop at the end of the day. That would be pretty cool. Got a couple things left in here that are, you know, garbage. They're worthless. You know, I've had that happen where you're quit looking at something because you're like, that one's toast. And then I've actually been exercised a few times because it's like, I wasn't really paying attention to it because everything looked like shit. And next thing you know, like you're in the money on something that you were not expecting to be in the money on. SPY is going to hold here. Tick is just flat. UVXY coming up to the 34. And this may be kind of flat for the next 30 minutes. But about when the expiration for SPY contracts. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have been exercised on SPY before one time. It actually worked out really well. But yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I woke up one time and owned 600 shares of SPY, but it gapped up the next morning, and I got out. You know, sold it all, got out nice and green, and then like SPY dumped that day, and I was like, oh, that couldn't have gone any better. Captured like a $1.50 or $2 gap up. And was able to get out and all right, UVXY. It was kind of funny. Still have this IFF. Going to bid at 320, ask at 4. Cost basis field go. And it's green today, surprisingly. Today it's up 4%, it says. Ooh, big drop on SPY. Big pop on UVXY. Another big sell program. Yeah. I mean, this is just wild. Roku looking weak. Still. Yeah, that was a gnarly candle to the downside and a big pop on UVXY. I got SPY at 328.66 and a bunch of selling coming in. The Boeing pop, God, and Roku is dropping. McDonald's is dropping. SPY is dropping. We got 30 minutes left. Here we go. That was the excitement. All the way down to under 29, back up over 30. Peloton makes some big moves. But that's, like I was talking about earlier to Jim, Peloton, lower float. There's a lot of shorts in Peloton. All right. Maybe that was the end of that excitement. Sure looking like it. Now let's go. Let's make a few points back down the other way now. Just back and forth. Amazon 1860 and did drop. It did break back under the 34. And a big pop on UVXY. Do we have any news? I don't think so. But that sell program, that last one, was back down at like 8 something. Yeah. 800 something. Amazon 1859. I should definitely go make a drink and call it a day. It's too much fun. That may be the last. I keep saying that, but damn. Get some big moves. I'm going to get up and walk away for a minute. I'm going to go make a drink. And then I'll come back and hang out for the last 15, 20 minutes for the close. But this will be the first time that I've gotten up and walked away today. And it's like, I need to stretch. I don't have anything else that I need to close out or anything like that. All right. Yeah, I got a couple SPY puts at the moment that I'm just going to let ride. See what happens. So I'll be right back. All right. Back. I miss. Drop on SPY. Where are we at? 327 and change. Hey, thanks for the follow. Kobe Beef. Oh, my video's not on. Here we go. And the SPY puts that I walked away from. $27.99. They're up 40%. Done. Didn't expect to come back to that. Well, we'll see. I got quick 40% on those puts. All right, and most of you know, typically I would be drinking whiskey today here, but today it's a glass of wine. It was a good day, but that's not why. My wife decided to clean out the ice bin, the freezer, and we have none. And you don't necessarily need it, but I like it better with. Boeing growing debt and 737 MAX doubts cloud quarterly earnings headline. So they're obviously, there is a pop on SPY, little pop on Amazon. We got 15 minutes left, so I wouldn't, they're probably just going to kind of pin it around here. No, hey, I like wine, dude. I am a fan. I used to live in Reno. And, Napa, Sonoma area, not too far from there. And we used to go, I've probably been out there 15 times or more, at least. I'm a fan. I like whiskey. I like wine. Gin, rum, Kahlua. I've never really been a Scotch drinker, but I like my bourbon. So that last buy program, just over 500. I love beer too. Specifically IPAs. And Denver actually has a really good beer scene. And there's a lot of good beer. A lot of good beer here. I don't do that. Nothing wrong with it, but you ever tried Carvana? I've heard of it. $12 minutes. 12 minutes to go. Like the taste of beer a lot. I do too. Ended up getting one at CarMax in 2018. Nice. I have not done that. That would be awesome though. I would do that for sure. Taste of beer a lot. Somebody. Yeah, Bobby. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Hmm. ATVI and Google signed an agreement, basically just making Google ATVI's Google is ATVI's cloud provider, and YouTube will be yeah. The bounce on SPY over 328 now pulling back again. UVXY getting a little pop. Surprised BA held up as well as it did, aren't you? That seems a little all right, you got any YOLO positions? Now's the time to get out of them. Got 9 minutes. Sometimes I'll get out of all of them, keep one if I think it's still got a shot. I'll hold on to one into the like, you know, with 2 minutes left or something. Yeah, BA jumping on that, it's just crazy. And it, like, we were in the middle of a, you know, down trend, like, just, you know, the market just giving it up. It was gorgeous. And then that came out, pop BA. Rest of ticker just kind of followed along. It was crazy. Amazon 1861. Still not a big number. MOC 650 million to the sell side. Kind of an average number. Unwilling full. MOC stands for market on close. Those are all the orders that are placed to execute on market close. Market on close. Is there more buying happening, more selling happening? We just use it as an indicator to determine kind of risk on, risk off. So if market on close is, you know, 2 billion to the buy side, it's like, okay, or risk on. They're holding overnight or whatever. If market on close is 2 or 3 billion to the sell side, it's like, nobody's willing to leave this money out there on the table. That's really all we use it for. Amazon pop 1863. 6 minutes. 344. Roku over 130. BA pinned at 323. SPY now 328.79. And Roku just barely back over 130. Most platforms will let you sort your positions by expiration date. I always do that at the end of the day just to take one last look and make sure that I don't have anything. Even if it's, even if it looks like it's at 0, I would still recommend that you put in a sell order just in case. Unless you're wanting to own it. Make sure you don't have anything that you're, that you're going to get exercised on. And it sounds like Tesla taking off into the close. Roku getting a pop into the close. 5 minutes left. Think you're up 400% on Neat. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Unwilling Full. I've had a couple of those. They're awesome. They're fun. Really looks like it's breaking out with this uncertainty. Could be a good play. Again, I don't really play TLT, but Amazon 186302. 4 minutes. Oh man, I rode some of those AppV longer dated ones. Some of them were up 500-600%, and you could just ride them, like they were just, And I got out, I don't have any of those anymore, thankfully. But that's fun when you can do that, when you get in on something, and you've got that much time on them, you can just kind of ride it out, see what it does. Yeah, they missed on earnings, but it didn't seem to have an impact. Amazon 1862, BA, it looks like that's where we're going to stop. BA 323. SPY 328.70. So it looks like this is about where we're going to quit. We got 2 minutes. So interesting. Oh, never mind. I was looking at those those Nlock puts, and it looked like they were moving, but not really. They're pretty much in the same place that I got them. But those work puts up 78%. Not too shabby. Neo, where'd Neo end up today? 466, not too bad. Still holding a little bit of that. Got those JCIs. About 30 seconds, HYG dumped. One, Boeing 323. And we are closed. We are closed. Let's see what SPY does after hours. I give it a couple minutes because I still am holding just a couple of these 328 puts for fun. Yeah, I mean, don't be surprised if it makes some crazy move. Not to say it will, but in. Anybody got any questions? Anything that we said we were going to talk about that we didn't? Anything like that before I get out of here? And it's Friday. I don't tend to worry too much about trying to, stare at the aftermarket scanners, after hour scanners and stuff. Well, SPY now going green. It looks like these puts I have are going to get dumped. Couple minutes, but out of everything with some puts, right on, right on. Still down 30 points, not going to recover from that. Unwilling full. And if I've learned anything, it is like, well, don't worry about it. Take some insurance if you're worried. Otherwise, you just kind of wait and see what happens, because every time you think you know, you don't. And it does something completely different. I try not to worry about it. I just kind of, I don't know, wait and see and play what we get. See what the market gives us. I mean, to say that we're not going to recover, or we can't recover, or it's going to go down, or it's like, who knows? Who knows? Just got to wait and see. That could happen too. We just don't fucking know. That's right. So, I mean, I'm getting to the point where I've got an account. I've got a couple accounts, but I have an account that I just started not too long ago, and the objective in that account is to be 100% cash every day, like not hold anything, not swing anything. It's just going to be scalping. That's it. Not going to be swinging stuff. Not going to be holding stuff over weekends and things like that. Not that that stuff doesn't work out, and some of my best trades have been 3 or 4 day swings, or swings for 2 weeks or something like that. But I tell you, when I have an all cash position, it's like there is not a more relaxing feeling. It's like, I don't give a shit what happens. It doesn't matter. So it's kind of, definitely sleep better. I tend to try not to worry about it too much anyway, but you do. I mean, when you're sitting on whatever positions that you have, and you're like, hopefully you have you're diversified a little bit at least, and you have, a few. I have different accounts with different strategies. When one gets hit, usually I have something else that does well, so it's okay. But you still worry about it. And it's a good feeling to know, hey, I'm not in anything. Whatever the market does this weekend, I don't really care, and I'm just going to play it tomorrow. But I think people forget, I talk about this. I mention it quite a few times, but you know, when you're playing options, the price of the security is far less important. Like when you're buying something to hold it long term, like in a 401k or an IRA or something like that, yeah, you need to get the lowest price you can, right? But with an options contract, it's so much different. It doesn't matter, because if the price moves up $2, you just buy a $2 higher strike. It's more about the entry and exit. And the actual price, the underlying option doesn't matter. It's just where it is on the chart that matters, and how you play it that matters. You still got to watch your entries and exits on your contracts. But again, like you just go $2 higher or $1 higher or whatever. So if you were going to pay 20 cents for a 325 call, and Monday morning it gaps up to 327, now you're buying a 329 call for 20 cents or whatever. It's not as important. So kind of why I like options, especially for day trading, because you don't have to go, oh, well, I got to get in at, I got to get in at 122, because no, you don't really have to. Play the chart. So hopefully that makes sense. Thank you for everybody hanging out today. Had a few more viewers today, I think, than usual. So that's nice to see. It's motivating to see the number of active viewers or average viewers continue to go up. It lets me know that I'm doing something that people are interested in. So you are welcome, Jim. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Hope you have a good one. Just so you know, you will normally get about 10% of your followers as active viewers on Twitch. All right, well, I'll take it. Wildman J, good to see you back. You're welcome. NL 1643 green. Nice job, Jim. Kobe beef, man, that makes me hungry. Makes me want a cheeseburger. I have not. As you guys know, I had a Cliff Bar. That's all I had. Too busy. Samson, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Bazoo! Seems like I haven't seen you in a while. I didn't even know you were still here. Good to see your name again. Spy just hit 329. Yeah, I'm watching it. After hours here. Bobby. You and me both. Well, that's not true. I actually got up at 4 o'clock this morning, my time. You got a 329.50 call on Willingful. Nice. Bazio, I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Yeah, Bobby, I got up at 4 and I ate breakfast at 5. And then, because I'm working on, I was telling you guys, this analytics that I've been working on. Like, I'm obsessed with trying to figure it out and find trends in the data and stuff. So if you can see this is pretty cool. I got this. This is all in Power BI. So now I don't have today's data yet because we don't have the export. But once we do, then I'll import the data. But these are all the alerts that happened. So sorted by date on 23rd. Here are the alerts that occurred, the flow alerts. And then over here, I've got the dark pool data, all the dark pool transactions. Now this chart is a little messed up at the moment because I was playing with the data model this morning and I screwed it up. But you guys have seen some of the pictures that I posted. Let's see if this is still working. I posted that AMD chart. Is it this? I posted that AMD chart that had the dark pool transactions. Oh, come on. In next to the chart, and it was just cool to see, like, oh, when you see these, you know, they do have an impact sometimes. When you see that it's so much bigger, you know, than what it normally is, it's like, okay, there's something here. Some of you guys may have seen it if you follow. But here's Apple. Here's the dark pool transactions by value. And these are not necessarily, see how many days I have selected in here. So this is just for yesterday. It's just the 23rd. What I have filtered here. And I have, let's see. Let's go unusual. Unusual, dark pool activity, dark block. There's all the unusuals that were yesterday. So I can see that. This is like, I was playing with this. This is the scatter chart of the options flow. Got to work on that a little more. I mean, I'm still working on this thing, right? But this was interesting. This is the dark pool value transacted per sector. So, like, you can see things rotate in and out. Like, where's the dark pool transactions? Like, what sector are they occurring in day to day? So, interesting. I love this stuff. Like, this kind of stuff. I'm like, when I have data that I can start to play with and find stuff, I'm like, okay, let's see what we can find. This gets interesting. I think it was this one. Oh no, this one's not right. I made one of these key influencer diagrams here. Like, this is a tool that's built into Power BI, and you can give it, like, you know, you can say, I want you to look at the price of Apple, right? And then you can feed it things like implied volatility and volume and call put ratios and things like that. And then it will tell you, like, the price is more likely to increase when the volume is, you know, it'll give you some. This one, don't pay attention to this one. But I had another one that said if the implied volatility in an options contract in Apple, when it comes through in an alert, if the IV is 23.2 to 28.4%, the price is most likely to increase. Like 88% of the time it's going to increase. Is this? No, this is not the API. This is the data exports. I get an export every day. That is a spreadsheet that has all the dark pool transactions, which Mel posts in Blackbox. And it also has all the flow alerts, all the flow transactions, like all the sweeps that occurred, not just the alerts, all the sweeps that occurred. It gives me all of those. So look at this. This is, and I don't know. Bobby, I only have about 7 days worth of data. Like, my cousin and I, he's a developer, and we spent, this is research, not like, exactly. This is not live data. This is historical. My cousin's a developer, and we have spent, my wife was out of town for a few days, and we spent hours and hours and hours and hours. It was like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning for like 3-4 days straight to get this stuff working right. But it's set up so that when I get the export, I can import it into here very easily and then feed that. This gets ingested into a SQL MySQL database. But right here, you know, I can sort by industry or sector, or I can enter a ticker. Let's say J&J. I can see all the dark pool transactions on J&J. And then once that filters, if I only want to see, let's say I only want to see from the 23rd, then I can just go over here and go 2020. And this is raw, like we're still, you know, working on it, but there you go. And it sorts that quick and shows you, okay, here's all the dark pool transactions. On the 23rd, I can just change this real quick to the 22nd and see that. Or the 16th, and I can see that. So it's just a really quick way. Bobby. Well, so the only thing, Bobby, is if you've already cleaned it up, that's going to make it very difficult. Because we have all the scripts that we use to import this data, because we import it and clean it and that sort of thing, and most of it's automated. but all the scripts that we have are written for the format that they come in. So certain things like I do automatically in Power BI, certain things are done here. Like in Power BI, I changed this notional number from 15 million to an actual number without a dollar sign and an M and a decimal, so that I can calculate those things. There's just certain things that, you know, it would be very difficult to take a document. Not, you know, I can reformat it to match the original format, but yeah, I'm not too worried about all that old stuff. Honestly, I only have like 6 days in here, and the database is already like 1.3 gig or something. We're gonna work on shrinking it, figuring out ways to make it so it's not so big. But eventually, the idea is to offer access to this. XLU only sector to close. Let me go look. TradeStation will tell me. So this is pretty cool. This is a tool in TradeStation, which TradeStation is something that I set up an account with. I haven't traded much out of it yet. I've kind of just started, but it's pretty cool. And this is a tool in TradeStation. Oh, you guys can't see that. Oh, here we go. So XLU, yes, was the only one to close green. It was the only U.S. sector to close green. Obviously, silver up 1.81, gold up 0.54. But this gives you like, here's the momentum indicator over here. It's, you know, and then it's got that combined with, this thing's pretty cool too. It's called Auto Climate. And I'll show you what Auto Climate says. TradeStation has some pretty damn cool tools built into it, and so far I'm enjoying it. This is Auto Climate. So it kind of just gives you like, and this is like a live scan. This is called Radar Screen. And you feed it a list of tickers, or, you know, you can put in one of the indices, and it will tell you, you know, near a sensible short on the daily. You can change the interval to whatever you want. It's cool. It's like a quick look, and you can actually, Radar Screen is really cool, because if you put in like, you know, hey, I want to watch 34 EMA for a cross, or I want to wait for a, you know, 13 to cross the 21 or whatever, you can put that in there, and it'll just constantly scan those stocks, and it's like, it'll just pop up a little thing that says 34 EMA. It's pretty neat. Now that screen that I just showed you, I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to create that. I just opened, there's one of their built-in workspaces is called Auto Climate, and that was already there. Yeah, it's pretty neat. They've got some cool shit. I feel like I'm just scratching the surface. One of the coolest things about their platform is that you can modify, and you might be able to do this in Thinkorswim. I don't know. I don't use Thinkorswim. But you can literally modify any single one of their indicators or whatever, and it's not that hard. That's what I'm finding is pretty cool. When I say modify, you can right-click an indicator and go into something called Easy Language, and it's got the code for it right there. So if you want to change certain parameters, you can, and it's really easy to do. It's kind of cool. And their system was built, you know, TradeStation was built. I shouldn't say was built. I don't know why it was built. So sorry, TradeStation. I don't know. But what I will say is that there are a lot of people that are using TradeStation that use it because you can build some automated trading into it. So if that's something you wanted to do, like your own algo-based, you know, automated trading, you can do that to some extent with TradeStation. So it's meant to be very customizable and powerful, maybe a little more complicated than some of the others, but there's some really cool tools built into it. I was showing this, I don't know if I showed this on the stream or not, but check this out. For those of you that trade options, let's see how many people are left. We're down to 24, so people are dropping like flies. So, all right. Who's here and wants to see something called Option Station Pro? No. Well, I don't know. I haven't tried. To reference, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's probably a way, like with a will. Okay, Wildman J, Goldenrod. Okay, you guys got it. I just want to make sure somebody's here, right? It's like I'm not going to sit here and like do this if nobody's hanging out. No, I'm good. I don't mind doing it. So, TradeStation has something called OptionStation Pro, which is their options, like chain options app, which is really cool. And I'll show you what that looks like. Let me see if I can pull it up here. OptionStation Pro. And they have a lot of tools. Portfolio Maestro is pretty cool too. It like gives you a really, not that everybody out there wants to see it, I do, but it gives you a good glimpse into how you're trending, like your performance really is trending and that sort of thing. So this is called OptionStation Pro. And what you will see, let's see if you can see, can you read that? Yeah, you can read that. That looks fine. Okay. Me too. I have you on the background. Just, yeah, no worries. No worries. What I like about OptionStation Pro, let me shrink this window because you guys can't see the entire thing. Or I'll just move it to another window. I'm going to move it over here. And I'm going to switch it so you guys see that window. You can almost see the whole damn thing. Hold on. I want you to see everything that, all the data and information that is in this window is pretty cool. Need a little more. There you go. Well, this will give you a sense of what OptionStation Pro looks like. And keep in mind, anybody that doesn't know that might be watching, I do not work for them or anything like that. This is not like an endorsement or a sales pitch or whatever. I'm just kind of showing it off because I have really just started, and I'm going to get rid of this Streamlabs overlay for a minute. There we go. I've really just started messing with this. So I don't think it's the best thing ever or whatever. It's pretty cool. Okay, but do you see the unwilling full over in the right-hand side? All the information that's quickly at a glance when you're looking at the options chain. This chart is built into the options chain. This is just a 1 minute chart, and you can change the underlying asset. You can change the time frame right there. 1 minute, 5 minute, 30 minutes. So you get the chart right there, which I think is pretty cool. But you get this quick glance of, put call volume ratio, put to call open interest ratio, put volume, call volume. Like it's all here in the sidebar. Here's your IV per expiration right down here in a chart, which is just pretty damn cool. Can you? I don't like, and that's the thing, right? That's what I'm saying is, I have not, it's not like I've tried to do this in my other platforms and set it up this way. I mean, honestly, I'm normally good with just like, cool. I just look at the options chain and then I, make a decision from there. I do have implied volatility. I have theta on there, but, and I know like most platforms link the option chain. Yeah, you can do that. I certainly, absolutely. Link the option chain to a chart tool, and when you click an option, it gives you the value over time. Yes, certainly. So can you do this? And this is something I don't know if you can do this in E-Trade, but I thought this was pretty cool. Like, let's say, I don't know. Let's say I'm looking at JCI and I want to do, I don't know, a calendar spread. I can click here and control and click here, and it creates the spread for me, right? So then I see the spread right here. And from here, I can say analyze, and it shows me that. And then I can also just say place order. But like the clicking through the strikes and expirations, and then it just builds your strategy based on clicking those strikes and expirations. I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool. They might all let you do that. Yeah, I didn't think you could do it in E-Trade. The placing of orders and that sort of thing seems to be really quick. and they make it so it's easier. It seems like to me. You can also see, where was that other this tool? Most of them have some sort of tool that where you can go in here and you can say, oh, what kind of strategy do you want? Bullish, limited or unlimited, single, straddle, strangle, vertical. I mean, look at all these freaking strategies in here that you can pick from and hit search, and then you can sort them. And I know other platforms have this. I haven't found the ones that I like. What I have in Fidelity and E-Trade have not seemed to be as easy and intuitive as this interface. But that looks cool. Is it free to try or cost? It's free for me. I have an account with them, and I think if I remember right, I think it's free to try. I think you can like paper trade with it and try it for free, if I remember right. But the minimum like starting balance to open an account with them was like $2,500 or something like that. So I opened an account just to try out the platform. But I'm quickly like figuring out that I really like it. It's pretty cool. But it's called TradeStation. And they're a broker like an E-Trade or Fidelity or anyone else. You might go see if you can, this isn't like TradingView. I have like an affiliate link, right? Blackbox, I have an affiliate link. But TradeStation, it's, I'm just showing you this because I think it's cool, and maybe you guys would think it was cool too. And I would have never seen this, except I was like, one day I was like, I don't want to play with this a little bit and see, what this looks like, because I've heard some neat things about it. And so I did. Yeah, TradeStation. Almost petered out like a car that ran out of gas. Well, I was hoping it would, and it didn't. Right. So, where did it end up? Over 328, I assume. Or I should have gotten a notification, or took possession of SPY. Let's hope not. So, chart. Don't need that anymore. I'm going to close this Power BI window. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so 328.55. So my 328 puts are fine. Yeah, that's fine. All right, cool. Well, for anybody that I mentioned this earlier, for anybody that did miss the stuff with Pete last night, I do have that all recorded, and I'm going to be putting it out for anybody that's interested. If you're not in Black Box, you probably don't know who Pete is. But he is a little bit of a legend, and he did a session last night all about options. So if you're new to options or you don't trade options or whatever, you should definitely check it out, because he goes into detail about understanding how options work. And we talk about it in here. I've explained it in here the best that I can and that sort of thing. And a lot of you guys already know, but for those of you that don't, Pete is really, really good. He's been doing this for a long time. And to hear him explain it, a lot of people, if that's their first exposure, it's really good. Or even if it's not your first exposure, just understanding what an option is, why do they exist, what were they designed to do, and how to best leverage them and that sort of thing. So look out for that. I'm gonna put that out this weekend. And that is it. So like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed it, and have a good night. And I will be back Monday morning before the bell. Should I do some kind of like, hey, peace or something? No, I'll just say bye. See you later. See you next time. Hopefully Monday. See you guys.